Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 2020 HFI Town Hall. I know that we have a couple people who are still trying to get in, so hopefully they'll be able to get in shortly. My name is Jim Clark. I am one of the regional directors with Harmony Foundation. We also have the entire HFI Board of Trustees, as well as our HFI staff on the call here this evening. And in addition, we currently have registered somewhere close to 500 people. So it's quite a call that we have going on here this evening. So again, welcome. Wanted to make sure you understand, if you've been doing Zoom for the last 100 and some days, this may be a slightly different setup than you're used to. If you can see me, see and hear the presenters, but can't see yourself, that's actually the way this one is set up to operate. So don't panic that you can't see yourself. And again, there are so many of us on the call that if everybody was visible, we wouldn't be able to see anything. So only the presenters will be visible here this evening. This webinar is being recorded, and it is being recorded so that HFI can share it starting hopefully tomorrow. As soon as possible, as soon as we can, we will get this out there to be shared. So if you miss anything tonight, if you have to step away and come back, you will be able to review this. You'll be able to go back and look at slides, details, etc. People who could not be on the call tonight but want to experience it, they will be able to get into it. So we will definitely share that. We already have some questions coming in, and a little bit different than your typical Zoom call, just so you know. You will use the Q&A button down at the bottom. So for those of you who are not as savvy, if you move your cursor down at the bottom of your screen, you should have a couple of options. One of them is the Q&A. That's the thing you click on to ask questions, not the chat feature, but the Q&A feature. Again, some people are already using it. Don't panic. We will get to the questions. We need to get through some other things first, but we will get to the questions. But feel free to use that to ask the questions. The agenda for this evening, just so you're prepared for what's going to happen, is that first we are going to hear from a good friend of ours, Mr. Brian Sagristano. He's going to talk about fundraising, and I'll introduce him here shortly. Then we are going to hear from Carolyn Falkenberry, our CFO. She will talk about the financials. That will be followed by our CEO, Dr. Perry White, who will talk to us about the future of Harmony Foundation. And then we will move into the question and answer section. There have been enough questions coming our way for the last few weeks that many of the questions you may have tonight hopefully will be addressed in the information coming out in these first three segments. And again, we will continue to answer whatever else comes down the road after that. Speaking of those questions, we plan to try to answer every question that we have tonight, all the ones that we've received ahead of time, and the ones that we've received this evening as well. We will plan to stay on as long as possible, however long that is. That could get really, really late, especially for those of you on the East Coast. So if you have to drop off because it's after midnight, we completely understand. But we do plan to answer every question. The only caveat to that would be if there's some question of legality surrounding either the question itself or the answer. If we have to talk to anybody about a question or an answer, we will address that as we go. But just so you know, our intent is to get you all the information that you need to have throughout all of this session here this evening. And again, because we are recording it, let me remind you, since we plan to stay here for a very long time, however long it takes, if you do need to step away, just step away and come back. We will keep going as long as need be. So I think that takes care of the housekeeping details for tonight. Want to get directly to the information first, which again should answer some questions for those of you who have questions and be helpful in understanding the foundation and how it works. So let me introduce Brian Sagristano. Some of you probably already know Brian, but he is an attorney, he's a public speaker, he's a professional fundraiser. During his career, he has co-authored 3 different books. He founded and served as the CEO of Gift Planning Development, LLC. He ran the gift planning programs of numerous charities, including the University of Pennsylvania. He has assisted donors in completing over $1 billion with a B dollars in charitable gifts since 1997. but he is also a 24-year barbershopper and member of the Barbershop Harmony Society. And we could go through all the things he does barbershop-wise. He is a diehard barbershopper. He has competed on the international stage multiple times in both choruses and quartets, but he's going to share with us about fundraising. So I give to you now to take it from here, Mr. Brian Sagristano.
Well, thanks so much, Jim. I really appreciate it. And it's incredibly gratifying to see so many participants on the call being interested in participating in the call. And so I'm very excited about that. In tonight's session, as Jim suggested, I'm here as both a barbershopper and as a fundraising expert. I'm not on the board of HFI. I'm not on the board of BHS. I'm not on the staff of either organization. And so I wanted to start by sharing some information about how nonprofits work and how fundraising fits into that picture. One of the most often discussed aspects about fundraising is overhead. And so what we wanted to do was lead with a brief 5-minute video by Dan Pallotta. It's a TED Talk where he reviews some common misconceptions about costs and overhead. Dan raised hundreds of millions of dollars for AIDS and breast cancer research and is considered a charitable giving activist. And so with that, let me ask that we play that video.
The real social innovation I want to talk about involves charity. I want to talk about how the things we've been taught to think about giving and about charity and about the nonprofit sector are actually undermining the causes we love and our profound yearning to change the world. But before I do that, I want to ask if we even believe that the nonprofit sector has any serious role to play in changing the world. Now, this ideology gets policed by this one very dangerous question, which is what percentage of my donation goes to the cause versus overhead? There are a lot of problems with this question. I'm going to just focus on two. First, it makes us think that overhead is a negative, that it is somehow not part of the cause. But it absolutely is, especially if it's being used for growth. Now, this idea that overhead is somehow an enemy of the cause creates the second, much larger problem, which is it forces organizations to go without the overhead things they really need to grow in the interest of keeping overhead low. So we've all been taught that charities should spend as little as possible on overhead things like fundraising under the theory that, well, the less money you spend on fundraising, the more money there is available for the cause. Well, that's true if it's a depressing world in which this pie cannot be made any bigger. But if it's a logical world in which investment in fundraising actually raises more funds and makes the pie bigger, then we have it precisely backwards, and we should be investing more money, not less, in fundraising, because fundraising is the one thing that has the potential to multiply the amount of money available for the cause that we care about so deeply. I'll give you two examples. We launched the AIDS Rides with an initial investment of $50,000 in risk capital. Within 9 years, we had multiplied that 1,982 times into $108 million after all expenses for AIDS services. We launched the Breast Cancer 3 Days with an initial investment of $350,000 in risk capital. Within just 5 years, we had multiplied that 554 times into $194 million after all expenses for breast cancer research. Now, if you were a philanthropist really interested in breast cancer, what would make more sense? Go out and find the most innovative researcher in the world and give her $350,000 for research, or give her fundraising department the $350,000 to multiply it into $194 million for breast cancer research. 2002 was our most successful year ever. We netted for breast cancer alone, that year alone, $71 million after all expenses. And then we went out of business, suddenly and traumatically. Why? Well, the short story is our sponsors split on us. They wanted to distance themselves from us because we were being crucified in the media for investing 40% of the gross in recruitment and customer service and the magic of the experience. And there is no accounting terminology to describe that kind of investment in growth and in the future other than this demonic label of overhead. So on one day, all 350 of our great employees lost their jobs because they were labeled overhead. Our sponsor went and tried the events on their own. The overhead went up. Net income for breast cancer research went down by 84%, or $60 million in 1 year. This is what happens when we confuse morality with frugality. We've all been taught that the bake sale with 5% overhead is morally superior to the professional fundraising enterprise with 40% overhead. But we're missing the most important piece of information, which is, what is the actual size of these pies? Who cares if the bake sale only has 5% overhead if it's tiny? What if the bake sale only netted $71 for charity because it made no investment in its scale, and the professional fundraising enterprise netted $71 million because it did? Now, which pie would we prefer, and which pie do we think people who are hungry would prefer? Our generation does not want its epitaph to read, "We kept charity overhead low." We wanted to read that we changed the world, and that part of the way we did that was by changing the way we think about these things. So the next time you're looking at a charity, don't ask about the rate of their overhead. Ask about the scale of their dreams, their Apple, Google, Amazon scale dreams, how they measure their progress toward those dreams, and what resources they need to make them come true, regardless of what the overhead is. Who cares what the overhead is if these problems are actually getting solved? If we can have that kind of generosity, a generosity of thought, then the nonprofit sector can play a massive role in changing the world for all those citizens most desperately in need of it to change.
I think Dan's talk gets right to the heart of some of what's been wrong in the not-for-profit sector for a very long time. But when he first gave the talk, it was highly controversial. You see, because charitable giving has remained at about 2% of gross domestic product in the United States for over 40 years, people who run the largest not-for-profits are concerned about losing their piece of the pie. Instead of recognizing that by making strategic investments, just as Dan suggested, they can increase the overall size of the pie beyond 2% of gross domestic product. And so they support various entities and websites and charitable evaluation tools that use overhead or cost per dollar raised as a core metric, which will always look more favorable to the large nonprofit, which can hide those costs in other parts of their financial statements, while the smaller nonprofit, like HFI, cannot. Last week, BHS used the Forbes model and the Charity Navigator model to evaluate HFI's numbers. And they fell right into the same trap that has hurt charitable fundraising for generations. HFI isn't spending too much on overhead or fundraising. It's been investing in relationships and infrastructure and capacity to significantly increase the scale of its fundraising, thereby increasing the size of the pie, which means more money for BHS when HFI takes the next step and runs its comprehensive fundraising campaign. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. In 2008, I started consulting for HFI, first as a volunteer, then as a paid consultant, and then back as a volunteer. I helped to create the Legacy of Harmony effort that raised more than $10 million in binding commitments to HFI's endowment, and had met one-on-one with many donors to help them maximize their support while also looking out for the best interests of their families. In that role, I've been a part of the conversations between BHS and HFI regarding how to approach fundraising. Just over a year ago, I was asked to come to Nashville to both train the HFI board members on the changing philanthropic landscape and to help facilitate a conversation between BHS and HFI about ways to increase revenue. In that meeting, we discussed that HFI does not truly have an expense problem, just as Dan Pilato was explaining to us, but it does have a revenue problem, and it has for a while. You see, when you build a fundraising program, you do so through a process called moves management. And for those of you who do sales, this is going to sound very familiar. You start by identifying your potential audience of donors. You educate them about your mission. You cultivate relationships with them. You ask them to consider giving, and then you actually ask them to make a gift. And then once they do, you continue to maintain that relationship over time to cultivate them towards the next gift and the gift after that. To get those potential donors to make gifts, nonprofits use lots of different tools, from events to giving clubs to perks for giving at certain levels. Those tools are designed to create a regular stream of income, and we call them annual gifts from interested individuals. When I started working with HFI, they had just decided not to continue their very first comprehensive fundraising campaign. They had started prepping for it in 2007, and then the Great Recession hit, and the foundation board felt it was too much of a risk to invest additional dollars in fundraising when it might not produce the greater yield that a campaign typically brings. In the years since, HFI has instead continued to actively build up its presence, creating a strong pool of annual donors through the President's Council and Ambassador of Song programs. It's an investment you make because once donors start giving consistently year after year after year, you can then begin to approach them to make more significant investments called leadership, major, and principal gifts, often as part of the comprehensive campaign that I've been alluding to. These are the very large gifts that you might read about, sometimes paid over 3 to 5 years, and sometimes coming through people's wills or retirement plans. But after building this strong annual giving effort, HFI then launched the new Legacy of Harmony program, which was designed to ask those now loyal donors to make long-term commitments to the future, which they did to the tune of $10 million plus, which will be received by HFI to add to the endowment as these donors pass away. Now, those figures don't show up as distributable dollars because they're future commitments and not current dollars, but they're real and they're binding and they will come. And when they do, it will allow HFI to have those dollars available to make additional investments in singing. So when I met with HFI and BHS last June, I suggested to them that it was past time to consider a new comprehensive fundraising campaign, and one that's more sophisticated than the one that was explored in 2007 and then canceled in 2008 due to the Great Recession. That campaign would identify key BHS priorities, including Everyone in Harmony, and set some large goals for HFI to help fund all those programs. This is how you solve the revenue problem. You raise more through strategic investments in fundraising. And the first step toward having a campaign is to complete a feasibility study. The study is a process whereby top donors to the organization, along with other stakeholders and some potential donors, are asked about key fundraising priorities to determine if they sound attainable. That is, are they the right projects or programs and the right dollar amounts at the right time? In our case, a study requires BHS and HFI to work together collaboratively to create those fundraising priorities and other feasibility studied materials to be tested with that audience. At the end of the June meeting, it was agreed that BHS would evaluate the idea of the study, identify potential key campaign priorities, and that BHS and HFI would move forward together with the study. The study was again discussed with BHS representatives at the September 2019 HFI board meeting, where it was endorsed, but campaign priorities were never identified, and as a result, the study never moved forward. Now, why is this important? Why am I sharing all this background with you? Well, I'm sharing it because HFI had already made the very significant investments that need to be made to build the fundraising program and donor relationships to be ready to launch a comprehensive campaign. And at that moment, when those investments were most likely to pay off through a large increase in fundraising results, BHS chose not to move forward with those plans. In June of this year, BHS announced that it was going to spend time, money, and resources to recreate that same infrastructure which HFI had already built. And in fact, it had already started to do so going back as far as September of 2019, the same month as the meeting occurred where it was discussed that we should move forward with a campaign. And the reason to do this? BHS stated it was because it is unhappy with the revenue coming from HFI. Yet had BHS stayed the course a year ago and completed the feasibility study with HFI, BHS would already be seeing more revenue from HFI than it ever has before, as the lead gifts to the campaign would have been starting to come in. As a fundraising consultant, and as someone who loves both of these organizations, it is the worst result and timing imaginable. Why invest to build a second fundraising platform when one already exists, and at a time when BHS is facing a huge decrease in revenue due to COVID-19 cancellations and membership declines? Why erode donor trust, which has been built over 15 years, just when we needed it most? I have publicly asked the boards of these two organizations to come back together to try and find a way to work collaboratively. The Society Board indicated in its last public statement that the decision is made and it will not revisit it. Despite that position, Harmony Foundation plans to continue to support BHS programs, districts, and chapters to encourage singing, as Perry White will describe shortly. It's my hope as a member and as a fundraising consultant and as one of you that the Society Board will reconsider this decision and realize that the best path forward is one together if BHS is willing. Thanks for listening. It's now my pleasure to introduce Carolyn Falkenberry, who's the Chief Financial Officer of Harmony Foundation, to discuss in more detail the current figures, which should answer many of your questions about how HFI handles their finances. Carolyn holds the Certified Nonprofit Accounting Professional designation from the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. She's worked in nonprofit finance for 25 years, the last 12 of which have been for HFI since its relocation to Nashville in 2008. Carolyn?
Thank you, Brian. And thank you all for joining us tonight to participate in the Foundation's finances and the future discussion. A little disclosure or housekeeping myself. First of all, I hate that I follow Jim, Clark, and Brian because they're so well spoken publicly. And it is very intimidating that I'm speaking to, I think somebody said 500 performers. I am not a public speaker. I am an accountant and I sit behind a desk for a reason. So please be patient with me as I intend to read my notes. But look forward to presenting, and hopefully I know everyone has a lot of questions tonight. And I hope I fill you in a lot of, answer a lot of those questions in my presentation. So I'm ready. Thank you, Jim. Okay, next slide, please. As with any organization, some key points in the Foundation's history have affected its finances, positively and negatively. And I encourage you to take a more detailed look later at when we share these slides at this and several other slides that have a lot of information on them that obviously I'm not going to hit on every point, but I do encourage you to look at those later. And so I just want to point out a couple of the few more recent activities that have affected the finances. The first is in 2016 and 17, the world lost 32 barbershoppers and the Foundation lost 32 loyal donors. And those HFI friends gave an average gift of $18,000 a year. And that each, $18,000 a year each, which totals about more than $500,000 annually. Not just in that single year, but going forward. That is annual support that is gone. Also, at the same time that is occurring, that occurred, 70% of the development and relationship managers, including the CEO and our Director of Development, turned over on the HFI staff. And then on the heels of that, Everyone in Harmony was announced and was met with some donor concern and frustration, which resulted in a loss of over $500,000 since that rollout. Next slide, please. This slide, we're looking at the surplus and deficits of the Foundation, excluding endowment, over the last 12 years since 2007. And you can see that the surplus and deficits follow the same trend that annual giving or annual fund giving has as well. On the left side of the graph, the first significant event we see is HFI calibrating to a new business model that supports singing at the organizational and local levels, as well as the Great Recession that Brian mentioned earlier. Shortly after HFI's new startup, BHS had programs and campaigns that they wanted to fund, but they didn't have the dollars to do so. And HFI also did not have funds to do so. Upon agreement between BHS and HFI leadership, HFI took on debt to fund BHS programs at the time. By 2011, HFI had incurred approximately $1.5 million in debt to fund those BHS programs and started the process of repaying the debt in 2012. And you can see in the middle of the slide that those were years of strong surpluses. And it was intentional that we would pay that debt over that next 5-year period. By 2015, with over $800,000 of the debt already repaid, HFI was on pace to completely pay off the loan within the next 2 years. This was when BHS offered to repay the outstanding debt to HFI. It was not something that HFI needed, as we were on track to repay the debt, as you can see again from those strong surpluses in the middle. But BHS insisted on wiping out that outstanding amount for funding HFI had provided for BHS programs. And then on the far right of this slide, you can see the key events that I just mentioned, including the financial effects from the staff turnover and losing $500,000 in in annual support. However, starting in 2017, as HFI worked to visit as many individuals and chapters as possible, we saw an increase in both donors and donations. And so you can see the little uptick, or the uptick around the end of 2017. Unfortunately, donors' frustration in the aftermath of Everyone in Harmony, the rollout became apparent and donors began revoking their contributions. 2020 has obviously been an incredibly difficult year for everyone in every respect, between COVID pandemic and many other things going on around the world. And now the announcement from BHS on starting its own fundraising department. Next slide, please. Many of you have heard that HFI has raised $16.2 million in contributions between 2015 and 2019. That's close to being true, but not quite. HFI had $16.2 million in total revenue from all sources during that time period. But in order to see what funds are actually available, we need to take a little closer look. Out of the $16 million in total revenue, all the things listed underneath in the second section of this slide are income from other sources other than fundraising. Below those, we have to take out the dollars that cannot be spent on operations and programs, things such as the endowment contributions, investment on endowment earnings, and the BHS repayment. That leaves the 5-year total number of around 14 million, not the 16.2 million you may have heard. If we then take out dollars of unpaid pledges, pledges made but haven't been paid yet, it's actually closer to 13 million over that period. That's available for operations and programs. Next slide, please. On this graph, we see the expense for the same time period as we showed the revenue. And you can see the far right column, the biggest chunk is the grants program at 5.9 million, with an additional 1.7 million spent on other programs down at the bottom of the graph, also in a lighter green. We'll talk about those in a minute, shortly. That totals approximately 54% of annual funds raised. Fundraising expenses and administrative expenses that keep the organization running and dollars raised for programs make up the remaining 46% of expenses. Next slide, please. So what are program services? According to the Financial Accounting Standards Board, the activities that result in accomplishing the mission for the organization is what makes up a program service. Harmony Foundation's mission is to connect people through charitable giving to enrich lives through singing. Based on this, we're able to quantify what our fundraisers do beyond the act of asking for money. Those are program services. So what are HFI's program services? Connect, enrich, and singing. Next slide, please. The $7.8 million in program expenditures, or 54% of the annual fund contributions, are made up of the Connect, Enrich, and Sing. Connect program, again, this is one that has a lot of information on it, and you can come back later and look at this in more detail. But let me direct your attention to just a few items. HFI fundraisers share the message of barbershop and the benefits of singing. They promote and advocate for those great programs and outreach activities on a daily basis. Since we have fundraisers on the road 48 weeks of the year, they also connect members who feel disconnected from BHS, serving as a conduit between members and BHS. Everything they do is mission-related activities per the FASB definition. Next slide, please. The Enrich program encompasses time spent with singers not related to fundraising, which includes engaging with participants. Many may not be aware of some of the interactions listed here. That's fine, but I hope you come back and read them. One I want to draw your attention to, or give you an example, is the youth pizza party at the conventions. This is a large expense, but critical in the mission of enriching lives of both the youth participants and the donors who interact with youth. And this is only one of the examples, so I do hope you come back and read them later. Next slide, please. Oh, and again, you can come back and read this and look at this later too, but so I won't spend too much time on it, other than to say we do allocated percentages on how much time is spent on those various activities, and I included this breakdown because I know it's been talked about a lot, and I just want to make sure that everyone understands what's going on here. And another example that I want you to hopefully recall, if you remember bringing the Wildcat Harmonizers to convention a few years ago, you'll understand the positive impacts that these expenditures have, and that would be included in the Enrich program. I'm sure if you remember Seven, the little boy Seven standing on stage, your life and his were definitely enriched by that. Next slide, please. The Sing program activities are the activities that financially enable programs for lifelong singing, and it's probably the program you're most aware of. It's the grants to BHS programs and the donor choice, but there are also many other aspects to it. I'll direct your attention to one in particular, the Harmony Fellows celebration of 50-year singers. This celebration of 50th membership anniversaries of barbershoppers each year is so important to HFI that we spend money to stage the event every year. And this doesn't begin to touch on the donor-restricted projects like the Juvenile Anti-Recidivism Project, or providing sheet music to BHS, or AIC outreach activities. It's more than raising funds. Next slide, please. The other two pieces of the activities and expense pie chart include fundraising services and management and administration. Fundraising includes personnel, travel, and donor recognition, like President's Council Lounge and President's Council receptions. Next slide, please. The management and administration, it consists of oversight for the organization, strategic vision, credit card processing fees, and of course, finance and audit services. Everything we do at Harmony Foundation is aimed at providing more support for programs. We believe that singing, in particular barbershop, has a chance to make the world a better place and people better people. Every expense we incur, every strategy we take is made with that in mind. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the foundation is in solid position, a financial position. We're solvent, without debt. While 2020 is bringing many challenges, we will continue to work hard for this mission. We're positioned to continue to financially enable programs for barbershop and for outreach efforts that enrich the world through singing.
Thank you, Carolyn. Appreciate all that information. And again, just another quick reminder, there's a lot of information there that you can go back and review, and this will be republished so that people can go back and review those slides, and we would definitely encourage people to do that because there's great information in there. It's my pleasure now to turn it over to our CEO, Dr. Perry White, who is going to share some thoughts about the future of Harmony Foundation and where we go from here. So Perry?
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Carolyn and Brian as well. And thank all of you for spending some time with us this evening. We really appreciate your presence and we appreciate your engagement and interest. In my 3 years in this role as president and CEO of the Harmony Foundation, I've had the opportunity to witness the impressive contributions that barbershoppers have made all over the country. I've seen the impact that BHS programs have on singers of all ages. I've seen the tremendous impact that chapters continue to have in their own local communities. My team and I have personally visited nearly 600 chapters all around the country, many of those more than once, educating, promoting, and even recruiting for BHS programs in person. We've engaged and interacted with thousands upon thousands of BHS members and our donors. Those interactions have led to strong relationships with our donors, relationships that are built on honesty and have engendered trust. As a donor-centric organization, we don't take the responsibility of relationship lightly. We value it, and we feel the necessity to represent our donors in Harmony Hall. Over those same 3 years, I've watched the Society membership and donor support decline precipitously, especially after the announcement of Everyone in Harmony, as Carolyn's slides pointed out. During that period, I've watched segments of the membership come to feel alienated, even while the Society sought to expand membership in new and potentially exciting ways. I've watched continuous deficit budgeting and mounting debt for BHS, and personally, I don't believe that the organization is positioned to spend its way to prosperity. It was for those reasons that the trustees sought greater transparency and accountability from BHS for the grants they requested and received from the Harmony Foundation. We owe that to our supporters. In fact, it's for that kind of accountability to donors that a separate organization is critical for protecting the assets gathered to serve the purposes as outlined by our donors. At this juncture, I've come to firmly believe that the only truly sustainable future for the Barbershop Harmony Society rests in greater support and engagement at the local and regional level, our districts and our chapters. The Barbershop Harmony Society is the membership. It's not in Nashville. As a membership organization, it needs to serve the membership, all of the membership, new membership and old membership. And if we can empower our districts and chapters by providing the resources to produce programs at the local level, I firmly believe that the number of lives impacted will increase dramatically. So what does this look like? Well, the district model plan that we're going to talk about right now is we're going to talk about it from the 30,000-foot level. And the plan seeks to return financial support to the districts for local and regional programming. In other words, HFI will work directly with districts, their leaders, and our donors through our regional representatives to identify needs and build a case for support for district programs and the chapters within them. HFI staff will be assigned to districts and serve as the conduit of communication between the membership and donors, the foundation, and the district leadership. HFI will be available to help district leadership identify priorities and programming opportunities for education, growth, and engagement. So what might some of those initiatives be? Here's a potential menu of programs, These dollars can support programs that the district already has in place. Harmony Explosion Camps, Harmony Colleges, leadership academies, whatever they've got going on right now. It could support programs that districts could put in place, initiatives that could engage talent, could be focused on increasing membership, could support local music educators. It could be support for strategic thinking. It could have support for chapters in need. District leaders tell me that chapters are struggling. This could give the districts the opportunity to help them. The districts could also choose to give direct support to the Barbershop Harmony Society National. The districts could select to provide scholarships for students to attend Harmony University at Belmont. The district could choose to sponsor a chorus for the Next Gen Choral Festival. The district could sponsor Next Gen quartets. The district could contribute to the Healthy Chapters initiative that PHS offers. And the model also offers continued options for donors' choice at chapter level within those districts. I've gone into the details on this plan with a number of sitting district leaders already, and I've been very encouraged by the positive response and the way they already start brainstorming the programs they could provide to singers, educators, and chapters within their region. What else could this program do? It will offer support for an HFI national granting pool. which would allow the foundation to continue the support it's been giving to BHS programs. And indeed, we welcome the opportunity to continue to support some of those great programs that the people of BHS offer. They're making a difference, and we value that. But it also could, this national granting pool could also provide support for projects that we've just started. Things like the Juvenile Anti-Recidivism Program in Cleveland, the Power of Harmony program, which is a truly collaborative effort between the foundation, the Wenck Family Foundation, the Cuyahoga Hills Juvenile Detention Center in Cleveland, and the Men of Independence Barbershop Chapter. The crux, there's much to this, but the crux of this project, this pilot, is spearheaded by Barbershop. And it brings singing curriculum through highly trained volunteers and professionals into the facility to bring singing to those young men who are incarcerated. And after they're released, it provides a network of mentorship for those young men. In my mind, I think this is an organizational changing initiative. And talk about the great impact it has on society at large. You've already heard a little bit about the July 3rd AIC show. And the foundation is excited that the AIC reached out to us to partner on that. We're thrilled to be a part of it. But that AIC show that you're going to view on July 3rd, and I hope you've gotten your registration already, is only the beginning of what we intend to do with AIC. We're so pleased that AIC seeks to be an outreach organization that seeks to spread barbershop all around the country. And we're so proud to partner with them for that. The National Granting Pool can also continue the support for HFI educational programming, promotion, and recruitment, just as we have for the BHS for many years now. We've had some relationships, obviously, with organizations over the past years. And some of those organizations have reached out to us again since the BHS announcement. AIC, we've had a relationship with over 9 years with holding their endowment and working with them to support programming. And we're excited about what's to come. Harmony Inc., we've worked with them on their Directors First program that provides scholarships for Harmony Inc. members, directors to Harmony University at Belmont. We've had conversations with Deke Sharon's group, CASA. The SPPBSQSUS reached out to us to talk a little bit about some of their ideas for what philanthropy might do. There are also conversations we'd welcome. We'd welcome a conversation with Sweet Adelines. We'd welcome a conversation with the Mixed Barbershop Harmony Association. And we'd welcome a conversation with the National Homeschooling Association to support singing experiences for those students who are homeschooled. Can you imagine what it would be like to have homeschoolers invested in barbershop chapters all around the country? Now, obviously, there's a lot more detail as to how the foundation will move forward. And we're having a tremendously positive conversation with the district leadership already. They see the opportunity, and most of them know that the future success of barbershop singing rests with them. We just want the membership to know that the foundation wants to be there to help perpetuate this hobby or this art form. With that, let me turn it back to Jim, and we'll get set up for questions.
Thank you, Perry. All right, so we're going to move into our Q&A segment of the evening. Again, at any point in time, if you need to take a break, step away, come back. It's being recorded. You'll be able to come back and review at your leisure. We are going to begin, I believe, with some of the questions that we have been receiving for the last few weeks. So again, based on what you've already heard and what we've already received, some of your questions you've been putting in the Q&A may already have been answered, or they may be part of this set of questions that we've already gotten. So I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Marketing here with Harmony Foundation. This is Jim Johnson, who will be taking it over. Yet another Jim. We have a lot of Jameses and Jims, and we can never keep it straight. So I'm going to turn it over here to Mr. Jim Johnson, and he will take it forward on the question and answer portion. Mr. Jim.
You got it. Don't go on mute, Mr. Clark, because the first question's for you. So, why do you promote singing in general, especially if you're speaking to BHS members?
Okay. So fairly simple there. First of all, HFI was born out of barbershop. It came from this barbershop tradition and from BHS. And we have diehard barbershoppers on the staff of Harmony Foundation. Make no mistake, 170 plus years of barbershop society membership. We are barbershoppers now and always. Our mission is to enrich lives through singing. And as such, we would love to speak to anyone and everyone about supporting that mission, because we know that if there are no singers in the world, there's no barbershop in the world. So from a barbershop perspective, the world needs more singers, so we have more barbershop. And from just the flat out mission perspective, the world needs more singers because our lives are enriched through singing.
Thank you, Jim. And let's move the next question over to Perry. Has money raised in the past ever gone to organizations other than BHS?
Well, let me start it this way. HFI has never solicited for other organizations without a direct benefit to the Barbershop Harmony Society. However, donors have asked HFI to facilitate gifts to other singing organizations. We have in the past had donors ask us to facilitate gifts to the Sweet Adelines, to Harmony Inc., I believe to the Mixed Barbershop Harmony Association, certainly to, as Carolyn pointed out in her slides, to local singing organizations within their own community. But again, I think that the important thing is that the foundation exists to serve donors. And we serve donors as long as the gift fits within the mission of the foundation. And that's really what it means to be donor-centric. So.
Great, thank you, Perry. Carolyn, you're up next. So can you tell us a little more about what might happen to the endowments that HFI houses and manages?
Yes, so the endowments won't change. The distribution will continue as it always has to follow the annual spending policy set by the investment committee and the endowment committee. So nothing changes.
Simple as that. Let's go back to Perry. So BHS has stated that Harmony Foundation refused to provide a fundraising plan for everyone in Harmony and has not been supportive of the strategic vision and rollout. Is this true?
The foundation has never taken a position in opposition to everyone in Harmony. In fact, the foundation has supported programs that have been mixed gender events for years. Harmony University, the Next Gen Choruses, Harmony Explosion camps all around the country, most all of them are mixed gender. But many of our donors, as I think Carolyn pointed out, many of our donors did take a negative position to everyone in Harmony. And as her slide showed, to the tune of a $500,000 drop in donations after that was announced and after elements were rolled out. As a donor-centric organization, we see our role as representing the membership and our donors. So we shared a lot of what we were hearing on the road, since our guys were the only ones out there at the time and bearing the brunt of kind of the anger and confusion that members were sharing with them. And actually, I'd actually just ask Kyle Snook to interject here before I answer the rest of that question. Kyle, you want to jump in here and talk a little bit about your experience on the road?
Yeah. Yeah, as you've heard a couple of times before, my guiding star when I'm fundraising is our mission and trying to achieve that in a way that makes the donor feel great. And so in the year and a half plus after everyone in Harmony was rolled out, and I think I speak for all the field guys, had an incredible amount of phone conversations and face-to-face conversations at chapter meetings and district conventions, and heard what people's thoughts were and their displeasure of the way it was manifested. And so I found myself personally going forward, going to chapters, meeting with people one-on-one, and going to districts, trying to cast the widest net possible and focusing on the joys that we've all experienced from singing, how much we love singing, and the great programs that our donors support that get people singing, So any omission or lack of mentioning everyone in harmony, from my perspective, was never in opposition to it. It was merely to avoid anything that could have been disruptive or argumentative and derail the small amount of time that I've got to raise money for these great programs.
Thanks, Kyle. Brian actually talked, as far as a fundraising plan, Brian kind of explained all of this, that when the society presented us with the rather significant amount of money that they needed to implement the Everyone in Harmony plan, we told them that we need to do a feasibility study and test the programmatic possibilities with the donor base. And I think as Brian pointed out, I don't know that I was never informed that the BHS board ever discussed or took an action to approve that study. And further, I know that we never really had a conversation about what really were the programs that were specific to Everyone in Harmony. So I think there was a kind of there's an incomplete portion of what it would take to fund an Everyone in Harmony campaign. And frankly, I'm still unsure what those elements would be, but I'd be happy to listen to it, and I'd be happy to help figure out what those things would be.
So shifting gears a little bit, let's go back over to Jim Clark for a second. So what happens to my gift that I've already given to HFI? And when I give to Harmony Foundation again in the future, am I still supporting barbershop programs?
Sure. So just quickly, if we're talking about a gift that's already been given, say, in the last year, it may already have been utilized for barbershop outreach programs, either Donor's Choice, all of that, the Harmony University, all of the barbershop society outreach programs. Going forward, as has been mentioned multiple times, we're a donor-centric organization. So if you are a donor and you want your gift to come through the foundation to help support barbershop society outreach programs, that's where we're going to direct it. If you want it to support district programs, that's where it would go. If you want it to support something else, that's where it would go. We will be working, as we always have, with donors to make sure that the gift is going to support what you want it to support. And so if it's barbershop that you're after, that's where we're going to send it.
Very good. And going back over to Perry. So the BHS Board of Directors has stated that HFI and BHS are financially intertwined, and that HFI's corporate bylaws cannot be amended without approval of the Society Board of Directors. Is this correct?
No, it isn't correct any longer, at least not according to legal counsel. Not after the Society Board took the action that rendered the trust agreement non-binding.
Very good. Next question, I'm going to shoot that to Don Larson. I'm looking for, oh, there he is. All right, so Don, BHS's CFO has stated that the first recorded loss for them started in 2015 when they gave HFI a $745,000 gift, $45,000 gift to get HFI out of debt due to an endowment borrowing, as well as some loans HFI had on the books. Society Board of Directors treasurer said that HFI borrowed against its own endowments and incurred debt from donors to fund chronic deficits. BHS deems this to be an unhealthy situation. Don, can you help explain this?
Sure, I'd be happy to. The loan story is fairly simple at its core. After logopedics, when HFI started raising money for BHS and HFI agreed on a dollar amount of program support that HFI would send to BHS. The first year as a startup organization, HFI raised enough to cover its operating costs, but not enough to also pay the full amount of program support. So HFI borrowed the shortfall and gave it to BHS in order to fulfill HFI's commitment. This was repeated over the course of a few more years. However, It's important to note that during this time, HFI continued to grow, covering all of its operating costs and only needed to borrow because of overcommitting its program funding to BHS. Then the overcommitment stopped. Over time, HFI paid down half of the loan balance plus interest and was on track for full repayment while still covering its operating and program costs. Then BHS offered to pay off the remaining $745,000 loan balance. BHS felt that in doing so, HFI would be able to cease its repayment plan and could increase its program support to BHS. Increasing HFI's support was exactly what BHS wanted, and that's what happened. So in short, HFI borrowed to pay BHS program costs. BHS then helped HFI repay the funds that had been granted to BHS. It all worked out in the end.
Thank you, Don. I'm going to go back to Perry for the next couple. So BHS has stated that it asked HFI to come under their umbrella and join their fundraising and development department, but HFI refused. Is this true?
I certainly wouldn't characterize it quite that way. I wouldn't characterize the communication as a request. And I think if you took a look at all of the correspondence that led up to the April 2 letter, I think that what you would see is it, rather than a request, it really resembled a hostile takeover.
Okay, so let's piggyback on that. There's been a lot of talk about this hostile takeover without much proof to back up the claims other than a letter sent to HFI in April. Is anyone planning to release this letter?
Not surprisingly, I suppose, within that letter that was on the BHS attorney's stationery, by the way, they asked that the foundation keep the contents of the letter totally confidential. The foundation has honored that request, but we believe that the Society Board should release all of the correspondence from that period, and we would strongly encourage them to do so. And when they do, I think I believe you'll see the number of times that the foundation sought to meet and resolve the differences between the two organizations in the correspondence back through our attorneys. Even going so far as offering mediation between the two groups to try to bring this together.
Okay, I'm going to take the next question over to Lynn Weaver, who serves on our grants committee. So BHS's CFO stated that HFI has not fulfilled its commitment for 2020 of $600,000, but only $324,000, which was from restricted gifts and the generosity of the Miller match. Can you help explain this?
Yes, we did not commit. A commitment is when we send them a letter saying we're going to do this, because it's written and it makes it official. We did not commit $600,000 as it was broken into 2 cycles. So we could see the further effects of BHS announcements and see how the cash flow came into us. We didn't want to overcommit and then disappoint. So the foundation fulfilled the first cycle of granting for this year. So we have fulfilled that commitment that we made, and we're requesting and are waiting for BHS to give us information about how the Harmony U scholarships are going to function. We understand that this is a really complex thing to figure out. They've had to switch horses in the middle of the stream. And so when we get that information, then we can proceed with Harmony U grants to BHS.
Okay, I feel like I haven't heard from Carolyn in a while. Let's throw a question her way. While BHS Treasurer was presenting the HFI financials in 990, he stated that HFI is a fundraising organization with the sole purpose to raise and disperse funds and that it does not provide any programming for barbershop or other musical callings. How do you respond to this?
I think it's too cut and dry. We do more than raise funds and give it away. We do have programs that, as I mentioned in my presentation, the Connect and Enrich. Although they've gone through different variety of names, it was Education and Visionary to begin with, in which the time frame we were trying to, well, it predates me a little bit, but educate that barbershop is more than a hobby. It's an art form, it's a music form, it's part of the American culture. And it's worth, we had to help donors or members understand that it is more than the hobby. It's more than membership dues. And anyway, I'm rattling, but there's more program than just giving money away, which is significant. And that is the largest, as you saw, almost $6 million in direct grants. But there is another component to that, beyond that.
Thank you, Carolyn. Let's go back to Perry for a couple more. So BHS Board of Directors Treasurer stated that legally HFI could not solicit funds from BHS members. Will HFI be able to fundraise to BHS members in the future at future BHS district and chapter events?
Yeah, I'm afraid that once again that comment isn't quite true or accurate. The foundation is identified as a public charity, and as it's clearly defined in our organizational 990, and we always check the box. It says it's an organization that normally receives a substantial part of its support from a governmental unit or from general public. That's what we've been for many, many years. The committee chair of the Joint Audit Committee, as well as our auditors, totally affirm that barbershoppers are indeed members of the general public. So the short answer is yes, the foundation will be able to solicit the barbershop community.
Okay, here's another one right for you, so don't mute yet.
Okay.
Why did the relationship between BHS and HFI decay so much to where the point it is today? And why couldn't the CEOs just work things out?
I truly, truly wish that we had the conversations to make things work out. I think from my perspective, I think the two greatest issues that were at hand was one, a severe lack of communication. And two, I think that was precipitated by BHS leadership clearly and often stating a resistance to the foundation's philosophy of being a donor-centric fundraising organization. Back to the communication piece, in September of 2019, the Society Board and the HFI trustees had a good meeting, a very good meeting together, I think. At least that's the way I understand it. I was not part of it. But one of the things that they agreed to in that meeting was that the CEOs should absolutely meet regularly. We actually had been meeting regularly up until about midway through 2019. I placed all of those meetings on my calendar, and I was prepared to meet with at every one of those. But those meetings did not occur. And I think that I can speak for the whole of HFI when I say I think we would all very much like to get back to the table, work things out, and have a truly collaborative partnership with BHS.
Okay, great. So we are, I'm going to move into the Q&A section that you guys have submitted tonight. And excitingly enough, there's quite a few of them. So I don't know if you've noticed the little thumbs up That's a like. So if there's a question already in there that you want to know the answer to that one too, go ahead and hit that thumbs up, and it will move it up in the priority list, and we'll get to those a little sooner. But other than that, I'm gonna start at the top and work my way down. So here we go. Chris submitted a question. I have a specific question. Let's see. Oh, he's talking about functional expenses for occupancy, so we'll probably have to pass this to Carolyn. BHS has repeatedly made the point that HFI is receiving free rent. So why is this amount of expenditure approximately $55,000 in 2017?
It's true. The foundation does not pay rent. That was decided on in 2007 when the foundation relocated back to Nashville, relocated to Nashville from Chicago. The functional expenses by the IRS definitions. So sometimes they don't really line up with, I would think, an occupancy would be rent, right? Well, it actually covers more than that. It's the phone system, it's software, it's all the things that are facility associated. So that's what that is.
Okay. I feel like we may have touched on this a couple of times. If so, just we can answer it really quickly and move on. But Anne asks, did you specifically track how much in annual donations was lost due to EIH? And if so, what was that amount? Can you tackle that one for us too, Carolyn?
Sure. Yes, we do track it, and we have attributed around $500,000 so far, directly related from comments, directly related from donors, citing that reason.
All right, we've got a question here from Dan. I'm an ambassador of song. Thank you, Dan. Once BHS launches their own group, will Ambassador of Song continue, and will my donation continue as before, with 30% going to my local chapter and the rest exclusively used for barbershop activities, etc.? Perry, you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, I sure can. I would say yes, but I see Jim Clark down there shaking his head. Did you want to say anything about that, Jim?
Yeah, I was just agreeing, and it kind of goes back to the question I answered before, which is we plan to continue moving on, and there will be changes coming with the district model and other things going on. But if a donor wants to continue at whatever level giving and give that percentage back through donor's choice to the chapter, absolutely, it would continue to do that. And if you want your gift to continue to support the barbershop outreach, absolutely, that's what we would do with it.
All right, Jim, you're doing a great job. How about I pass this next one over to you too? When I speak to the members of my chapter, what can I tell them about why they should contribute to HFI rather than directly contributing to BHS?
Sure. Let me answer this as both a 7-year professional fundraiser as well as a lifelong barbershopper. It absolutely makes sense to think that if we all just gave directly to our chapters, everything would be great. If we gave above and beyond what we're normally giving, if we gave what we could and we just did it directly and we did it voluntarily without being asked, this would be a whole different world. But all of the industry stuff in fundraising would tell us that we're now 3 generations removed from a populace that gives just because it's the right thing to do. People need to know why they're giving, and they need to be asked to give. And the challenge for barbershoppers, and again, lifelong barbershopper, and I've been a member of 7 different chapters, and one of the things we don't like to do is get into a pattern of doing long-term work on a consistent basis to accomplish something. We'd like to do a one and done kind of thing typically. And so there are very few chapters that have the people in them to do the asking and do it well. I've seen many, many asks in my lifetime, long before I started working for the foundation, that were very much ineffective. So you have to have somebody, you have to figure out what you're asking for, how you're going to ask, who will do the asking, which is always leadership. And then comes the part that we don't think about, which is the administration of the gifts. And we are long past, we don't think of it this way, but we are long past passing the can for logopedics, giving only cash and checks, etc. So there are very few chapters that would be set up to accept credit cards and debit cards and direct stock transfers and rollovers from IRAs and bank account debits every month, and all of these much more complex ways to give, which is how the majority of our donors like to give right now. So that becomes an administrative task and a big struggle and expense for an individual chapter to try to keep track of that. And then comes the next piece, which is then you have to ask again. You have to ask the next year and the next year and the next year and the next year. So a single ask of a chapter to say, will you just give directly to the chapter this year? It may have some success. The long term is that it becomes less successful over time because the structure is not in place to do it as a full-time professional gig. And the advantage of utilizing Harmony Foundation to do it is this is a fully fledged, fully trained professional organization who wants to make this the most successful outreach program, all of them, for enriching lives through singing possible. So that the longer term arc is to say working with the foundation would actually provide more funding over a longer period of time for a chapter in a district than it would to just try to reinvent the wheel at a local level within your own membership. And that's the difficulty, is it seems like a good idea right on the surface, and I've lived through it in multiple chapters, but it's the long term that makes it more difficult. So take all that pressure, that administrative pressure, that professional asking pressure off of your chapter leaders and allow the foundation to work for you.
Thank you, Jim. So Brian, Mark has got several great questions for you. So I'll ask Dixie not to make this go away because I'll probably have to chop it up into several segments. So Brian, you presented that investment in HFI would grow the pie, and that's why overhead doesn't matter. How has HFI increased its pie? What numbers show success? I'll stop there, but there's more later.
Sure, and it's a great question. I think that the reality is that HFI has seen growth in giving over the years, but we were at that point where we were ready to start the feasibility study for a comprehensive campaign, which would then lead to a much larger pie. And a good example of that would be what we did with Legacy of Harmony. We had never had large outright gifts or large estate commitments being made to the foundation until we launched Legacy of Harmony. And then we saw the largest outright gifts in the organization's history and the largest estate commitments in the organization's history, because we built loyalty, we had built relationships, and when we were ready to go back to those donors and ask them to make much more significant investments, they said, yes, we will do that. We will provide the matching gifts so that endowment donors will be encouraged to make these Legacy of Harmony gifts. And lots of people came forward and said, we will make Legacy of Harmony gifts. So that's an example of success, which we thought we would have at an even larger scale when we launched the comprehensive campaign, which we firmly believed we were getting ready to study and move forward with over a year ago. And so to me, that's where the opportunity lies to make this pie. We already made the pie bigger, but to make it really big.
So, and feel free to phone a friend from any of the other board or staff members as we continue. But, you know, going along the same lines with Legacy being a strong example, can you give numbers on the size of donor pool, size of average donation, increasing percentages of BHS member donations and participation?
I am not the right guy to give you those statistics, so I'm going to look to my peers and ask for somebody who does have those numbers to share them.
Yeah, I can share one thing. I think Dixie can share a little bit about the average size of gifts, and particularly if we want to talk about the period of time up through 2018, early spring of 2018. We know that as we were approaching June of 2018, the foundation over a 5-year period or so, and Dixie can correct me if my period of time is not accurate, but it seems that the foundation had grown from about a 7% giving percentage among the BHS membership, and we were in April of 2018, we were approaching 24% of the BHS members as donors. Unfortunately, from the time that Everyone in Harmony was announced, and as Carolyn has showed you with the numbers, that number has now dropped back down again to 18%. And at the same time, the number of BHS members has dropped. So I think that what we know is that number probably has a greater impact than we might think, because the solicitable donor base, if you will, has shrunk. And that means that probably the number of donors who have stopped contributing, who are members, has shrunk probably at a little more rapid rate than even the membership base.
So going back to the I think we're still talking about the size of pie. So HFI overhead shows that only 42% of every dollar is going to actual programs other than HFI fundraising. Is that 42% now bigger than the 42% of 5 years ago?
I don't think those are the numbers we just presented. I don't think it was 42% are going to programs. I believe it was, somebody help me here, was it
54.
54? Thank you, Carolyn. It was 54. And, you know, when you get into nitpicking the sizes and so on, we're really at a place where what we need to be thinking about is how do we make the larger investments take the fundraising to the next level, not to be worrying, did we raise $3 more or $3 less this year compared to last year or the year before. You can look at year-over-year results, but in the grand scheme, what you really have to look at is what are we trying to accomplish? How do we get there? And what's the roadmap? And I think we have that roadmap, and it's just a matter of executing on it.
Thank you, Brian. So
Can I
next,
jump in on that, Jim? If I can just jump in on that, and I think you may have seen this from Carolyn's presentation too, but the costs of overhead are fixed for the foundation, and Brian alluded to this in his presentation as well. Our costs are quite fixed. So as Brian pointed out, it's not an expense issue; it's a revenue issue, because it's not going to cost us more money to raise more money now, right? Those costs are fixed costs. And if we can get back onto some of the things that Brian's talking about, that ratio looks a great deal different.
who have we not heard from in a while or ever? How about Sean Devine? I see you smiling. So let's answer this question for Miss Ann. If we continue as HFI donors, can we restrict our gift beyond the current 30% to designate which proportion goes to BHS programs and which goes to other non-BHS programs?
Sure, and thank you. I think the quick answer is we work for you, the donor. We're donor-centric, and you have the option of restricting your gifts and to see the foundation work on your behalf. If you're speaking specifically about donor choice options, I don't think that we know what that looks like in the next half of the year. But I can speak with great certainty that we still work for our donors, and we still honor those restricted gifts, and will honor where you want it to go in.
Very good. Let's move on to a question here from Grant. What was the trigger for all of this hostility between BHS and HFI? It seemed to come out of the blue. Was it a specific event or person that doesn't play well in the sand on one side or the other? As barber shoppers, we want to see harmony by the way of love what HFI does to support kids and all of this, the why I support you. Perry?
Yeah, I think, I don't know that I can identify one single moment in time when things changed. I would say that there's always been, there's always a little bit of a struggle between an organization that consumes revenue for purpose and an organization whose sole purpose is to give money away. I think there's a natural rub that can happen there, and particularly when they are so closely aligned in mission as the foundation and the society are. And I think that if I took a look at one concept that led us to this, I think it's the fact that it became clear to the foundation that the foundation has a mission to uphold. And I think from my perspective, whenever I've been hired by an organization and a nonprofit, I've always been hired to fulfill the mission of the organization that hired me. And I think that makes sense. I think everybody would expect that. But I think that the history of these two organizations has been so misunderstood, and there's been so much change over that 60-year history that the perception of who the foundation is, the perception of who the society is, and the perception of what their relationship is has become clouded. And it grew out of, it certainly grew out of a very close relationship connected to barber shoppers. And I think because of that, the familiarity, it's more like a family feud than it is anything else. And we indeed feel that BHS and barber shoppers are our family. But we do indeed have a mission to fulfill, and we have an obligation to our donors to make sure that we're fulfilling the mission that we're telling them we're fulfilling. And I think I think the rub comes from the fact that there are two missions. They are terribly complementary, but the fact that there are two missions, I think, separate missions, I think is something that maybe started this. I believe that there are two missions, separate missions for the right reasons, as I stated before in my presentation. The right reason is a fundraising organization, in order to be successful, must be donor focused. An organization that provides the programs, the earned revenue, doesn't necessarily have that same focus. And I think that's why the foundation is vitally important to have as a separate organization. So I think, as I said, I think there are a lot of things that came into play here, but I think it's a matter of making sure that the foundation is serving its donor base. Because I think what's really clear and needs to be really clear is we work for the donor. You, the donor, are my boss. Well, the board members that sit up here are my boss, but we work for you, the donor base. We don't work for anybody else. They're your resources. We're here to help you do with your resources what you want to do with your resources. We have no other objective.
So Perry, while I have you, let's answer this question for Doug. In order to create a new collaborative relationship with BHS, what sticky issue or issues need to be resolved before the floodgates of cooperation can really reopen?
Well, I mean, the first thing we'd have to do is BHS would have to pull back from their idea of fundraising on their own. I think that we're going to have to come into this partnership. I think the second thing that has to happen, which is just as important, is we need to have communication. We need to have an opportunity to have this kind of a dialogue with BHS leadership and the BHS board. And unfortunately, that just hasn't happened. I don't know that in my time here at the foundation, that Carolyn has ever sat down with the BHS board members who are asking these questions and have gone through the defining our financial model the way she did tonight. We've just never done that. And I think that has raised a number of questions on the part of BHS. I think had we done that, had we had that opportunity, had we taken that opportunity, we might not be where we are.
Okay, let's move on to this popular question from Lee. Your financial support goes to BHS and to others who provide music to their communities. Who are these others who receive funding from HFI, and compared to BHS, what percentage goes to each? Think you can take a stab at that, Carolyn?
Yes. So there's not really an other organization. They would be, if you're referring to what's in the audit, the other organization would be endowment grants to districts, chapters, affiliates, like AIC. If there's in years that there may have been a restricted grant, it may have been to a choral program that was restricted by a donor. There's also other programs that we have paid for directly, such as I can't remember if I mentioned it in my voice or just on the slide, but it was a program where we sent a barbershop quartet to a youth orphanage and did a performance there. So that would be an other organization, but it wasn't like what we provide funding for to BHS, if that makes sense. So.
Yeah, if I can just jump in here, Jim, too. I think if you go back and review Carolyn's slides, there are a number of one-offs that happen year after year. And she did a pretty good job of listing out at least a representative selection of some of those other kind of one-off grants that are given periodically, if you will. But they do accumulate every year as well. But I think Carolyn's slide really kind of showed that quite well.
Okay, let's see. We've got another question here from Paul that I think it's a follow-up from your presentation, Perry. So how will HFI proceed with BHS's statement that HFI will not be allowed to seek donations from BHS members? And will HFI have to be invited by districts? And will they have to then compete with BHS at conventions? You're muted, sir.
Thank you. Yep. Thanks very much. I would rather that we not compete. I would rather that we be working in tandem, so that we could actually fulfill some of the support for some of the great programs, both at the national and the local level. And I think that quite honestly, first of all, I think all of our fundraisers are members of the Barbershop Harmony Society. I don't know that I know that I am, and I don't know of a single one of our fundraisers that isn't a member of the Barbershop Harmony Society. So we're going to be present, and we have relationships. We have a lot of relationships, and our relationships are strong, as has been evidenced in a lot of the communication that we've gotten from our donors since this took place. So I think you can be assured that our donors and people will talk to us, whether we're at a booth, whether we're on the stage, or wherever we are. And those relationships don't go away. They're more than just fundraising. They truly are relationships with donors. Is there any portion of that question I didn't get to that I need to come back to?
That sounded good to me.
Okay. If there's something.
But now I don't remember who submitted it because it left my screen. But if you have a follow-up question, feel free to submit that and we will get to it.
It was Paul Agnew.
Yes, Paul. Yes, thank you. So Anne has a follow-up, and I already paired her with Sean. So Sean, here's a follow-up question for you. Can we restrict our donation to indicate which group our gifts do not go to?
Yes. Oh, Anne, absolutely. Again, we are looking to continue to keep our relationships as strong as ever with chapters and districts. As Perry mentioned, the other organizations that we have existing relationships, you all, and you probably know better than I do, some of the other organizations we're very interested in partnering with. And again, you can guide and restrict those gifts any way you see fit, and it's our honor and privilege to help see those through on your behalf.
And I don't mean to jump back in again, but I will just say that through the Everyone in Harmony process, we have had donors who have done that. They've requested to do that. And we've worked with them.
Here's a good question coming in from Howard that's getting lots of thumbs ups. So how much money did you raise outside of BHS membership? Who can tackle that for me? It's about money. I'm gonna say Carolyn.
I am going to defer to Dixie. She knows the donor sources off the top of her head.
I can't really say just off the top of my head how much we've raised for an outside organization without looking at it, especially not knowing what time period we're talking about. But I can tell you that we have not been actively seeking those outside donations, but once a donor comes to us and wants to give something that is restricted to another organization, we are going to honor that on behalf of the donor.
And possibly our relationship with Harmony Inc. would count, though those funds are directed to BHS for HU. But I don't know the amounts off the top of my head either. So let's move on here to a question from Joshua. I belong to a small chapter that is frankly struggling financially. Most of us are already donors to HFI, and we see some money back to our chapter from our members' donations, not enough to make a dent in our costs. One of our more appealing aspects of the BHS giving plan is that more money will go back to our individual chapters. As much as the bigger programs help our society as a whole, the smaller chapters are not typically the ones that directly benefit. Is there a plan for HFI to change the percentage of funds that return directly to the chapters? And are there any opportunities to support smaller chapters like mine?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was getting at a little bit in as I presented the kind of the new plan for the new model for the foundation. I think, just let me say that every district president I've talked to thus far has expressed concern for chapters who are struggling in their district, every one of them. And so I think it's vitally important that the network be and the conduit of communication be open, and that through the process of working more closely with districts and chapters, by the way, that we can actually impact the dollars that come back to the chapter. But I do think that it's going to be important for the districts to understand and support the chapters within their districts. That's why we put it as one of the optional programs for district leadership to consider. But I think that's the kind of thing that our people in the field will want to make sure that district leadership can hear. But I think that, just to say, yes, I think there's greater opportunity for support. And in fact, I think that the necessity for support at the local and regional level is vital to the success and future of the Barbershop Harmony Society.
Carolyn, I think I've got a follow-up question from your presentation, maybe just for some clarity here. Matthew asks, I see many activities in the program category that might be better classified as a cost of fundraising. For example, staff travel. Thoughts on that?
Lots of thoughts on that, but I'll keep it brief. So when we look at the position and the activities of every single staff member that you see on the screen, every single position, we take a look at how they spend their time and their activities, and we allocate into percentages. Okay, well, this position does, you know, certain amount of percentage fundraising, which is, if it's a field position, then that's most of it, 80 to 90%. But they also do activities in the Connect program and the Enrich program, and some of the Sing program as well. And we allocate accordingly based on that percentage breakdown, the personnel costs, so staff, benefit, travel, anything that is not a direct solicitation. So a donor engagement meal would not be allocated according to percentages, but everything else is allocated based on that percentage of time spent on those activities. So as I mentioned in the presentation, if the Connect piece, for example, the Connect program does have travel in there, because that's a piece of how the program's operated, how they're in there sharing the message of barbershop, and the Enrich piece as well.
Okay, we've got a lively follow-up. I'm not exactly trying to remember the question before and who answered that for me, but so I'll just throw this out there and try to help me remember. So there was a question that we asked where they didn't really feel like they got the answer that they were looking for, so we're going to ask it again. What can I tell my chapter about why they should give to HFI instead of BHS? Note, I asked about BHS, not individual chapters as you addressed.
Yeah. I'll take this one. Let me put it this way. If on average, the foundation has historically been giving BHS approximately $600,000 per year, and given what BHS has stated as a model whereby potentially through their donor's choice model, they may keep only 15% of every dollar raised. If you do the calculation, that means that BHS is going to have to raise $4 million in that first year to just get back to even for that $600,000 that the foundation has been giving them. Now, if BHS was able to raise $4 million in 1 year, as I said, that would take them back to their budgeted model, which still shows a 6-figure deficit going forward. And just as a side note, $4 million is about 25% more than the foundation has ever raised in a single year, while employing professional fundraisers and accessing larger membership than we have today. So if BHS is asserting that they're going to have zero fundraising costs, which is what I heard the first time, how do they classify state registrations, which actually cost us between $5,000 to $10,000 a year? Carolyn can confirm that or deny that. And are they planning to fundraise with volunteers? We know they're going to fundraise with staff, they've said. And what category does the Director of Institutional Philanthropy fall under? And if BHS has also stated that they're going to fundraise at events, given that there are no group events planned for this summer, Harmony University is canceled, of course International is canceled, the district conventions are canceled. I don't know about midwinter. I don't know what that's going to be. It seems that the opportunity for an audience is going to be slim for a little while. So just to recap, in the first year, BHS is going to raise at least $4 million to replace the lost revenue from the foundation. They're going to fundraise with staff and volunteers, and they're planning to utilize events that aren't even happening at this point. So I guess my question is, let's even run with their premise, which I don't agree with, and Carolyn has talked about this. Let's run with their premise that they're only getting 35% of every dollar to go to program. My question for you is, what part of your dollar do you think is going to program when the organization is running a $500,000 deficit every year? I just think if you do the math, it kind of cuts to the point.
So here's an interesting question that I'll throw over to Dixie. Are you tracking HFI donation losses due to this current split issue with BHS?
Yes, we have been tracking those. As of this morning, I think we were at roughly 50,000.
Okay. So Bill's got a follow-up question for you, Perry. You are introducing new programming to support districts and chapters. Interesting and new to many donors, I suspect. But how does this reconcile with your recent request of chapters and districts to allow HFI to keep their donors' choice contributions on which those entities rely on that budgeting?
Yeah, I know that message was misunderstood and misconstrued, but I think Carolyn could talk a little bit about some of those donors' choice checks that we send out. So Carolyn, do you want to talk a little bit about kind of the checks that we're talking about?
So the reason that letter was sent out, well, originally we had to postpone because we had to vacate the premises under the mayor's order. And we are set up to process things electronically, process checks electronically. However, we believe there's a significant benefit in the chapter and the district actually celebrating, and we want to celebrate those donors with you, and we want to celebrate that you're getting those checks. That's hard to do electronically. So that being said, we had to postpone actually printing them. My little printer at home will, if I try to print that 800 checks, we'll have a heart attack. So we put that off for a little while. When we sent the letter out, after we were thinking through that process over the 6 weeks or 5 weeks, whatever it was, I realized a lot of chapters never cash their checks, thousands of dollars. And we reissued them when they haven't cashed them after about a year and a half. We're like, hey, here's another check. And we just got to thinking, well, maybe I can process 100 checks on my little printer and it won't have a heart attack, but 700 is not going to happen. So maybe we can reach out and see if combining a lot of these $25, $30 checks, if it's not helping the chapter together, it would make a bigger impact. That was the premise. It was never designed to encourage someone not to take their check or their donor choice if they wanted, needed it. And it doesn't matter to us if it's 25 or 2,500. As far as the distribution, we want to use the money. We want the program to work. It was never the intention. It was just more along the lines of, if you're not going to use it, let us know. We'll put it to programs and help support through this time of COVID shutdown. So.
Thank you, Carolyn and Perry. The next question here is from Dan. Let's see. How much of a financial hit do you anticipate experiencing once BHS launches their own foundation? I'm not sure who can make that prediction here.
I'm not sure it's really possible to know yet. I think from my perspective, there's so much unknown yet about the BHS fundraising plan that it's difficult for me to assess what kind of impact that will have for the foundation. I think that what we know, and I think we've talked about this time and again, that fundraising is a relationship business. So without really knowing what kind of relationships and how deep those relationships will go on the BHS side, it's really very difficult for us to estimate what kind of a financial loss that's going to be. As we learn more about how BHS would intend to go about it, I think we could do a little bit more modeling, but there's still so much unknown about the fundraising plan, at least to my knowledge, that BHS has presented.
Very good. And I've got another question for you, Perry, from Bill here. So Perry, you indicate you're interested in helping Mixed Barbershop Harmony Association, of which I'm a board member with funding. Why has there been no outreach to us regarding your interest? I'm happy to hear from you privately, and you have my contact information.
Yeah, I do, Bill. Thanks. And actually, we have had conversations with. I'm not going to mention who, but we have had conversations with board members from MBHA. It probably hasn't trickled to you, but I'm certainly happy to discuss the opportunity with you. And if you've got ideas for us, we want to chat.
I muted myself instead of unmute. It's getting late, kids. Isn't the issue that the BHS is not showing interest in collaboration? They don't seem interested in the preferences of members and donors. Isn't this why there is a pushback from BHS announcements like EIH? Lack of communication, collaboration, lack of socialization. Members have not been feeling at all connected to decisions of leaders who don't seem to represent them.
I'm going to suggest that Rick Taylor talk about that a little bit and his experience.
Well, you know, it's something that I can just go back to what we were talking about earlier about being on the road and talking to members of chapters directly and hearing their feelings and taking phone calls for basically a year and a half. And all of the conversations that I've had and people that I've talked with, most everyone was not unhappy with everyone in Harmony at its core, at its meaning, at its intent. It was more the way that it was done, the way that they received it. They felt like it kind of like this. It kind of hit them out of the blue. That's kind of what the experience was, of at least from what I heard from folks. And I had plenty of weeks on the road, plenty of chapter visits, plenty of individual visits, plenty of phone calls and emails and text messages. It stirred the membership quite a bit, and we kind of heard everything from all across the spectrum about its the way it was received. So I don't know if that totally answers the question, but it's kind of it's almost one of those you had to be there kind of things to hear exactly the way people were, you know, reacting to it.
Okay, here's a question from Dan. Why not have one joint town hall meeting with BHS staff and board and HFI staff and board so that all these differences can be aired and discussed? Perry?
Sure, I can jump in there. I certainly believe that a joint town hall with the membership would be terrific. But I think first we have to get these two organizations together. You know, there's a great deal of hurt and pain and concern on both sides, and Lynn Weaver can speak to this much better than most. But I do think we have to come to terms with kind of what we've done to each other, if you will, before we can really bring that out into the public. And I think that's where we really have to start. We have to start by bringing these two organizations together to confront our differences together. And I wish that had been happening. I wish we would have had more open communication. I don't know that a town hall is the place to do that right now. I would love to be able to do that and then come to a town hall where we could talk about a new world of collaboration between the foundation and BHS. That's what I'd like to see a town hall look like.
All right, bear with me a little bit as you thumbs up and like. They're shifting and moving in my view, so I'm just trying to chase a question down here for a second. Hold on. Dan Brinkman, I think that we have already answered your question before, so I'm going to move on. Why were these discussions about disagreements not conducted officially board to board with meeting minutes? It's a good question.
I'm going to say I don't know. I think the communication stopped, and I wish it hadn't. I don't know why the communication stopped. I have my thoughts, but all I have are my thoughts and impressions. I don't think there's any way to solve this issue without coming back together and doing exactly that. And I do wish that more had been represented in the minutes of the Barbershop Harmony Society board. So I think all I can see are the minutes that you see at this point. So I haven't seen anything that give me an indication of that at this point.
Carolyn, here's a question for you that might be a little too off the top of your head, but we'll see. How much is in the endowment fund now, and how much came in the last 4 years?
Well, between 2015 and 2019, I think it was 780 that came in. I'll have to look back at my slide, but it was roughly 700,000 for those 4 years, and then about the 780 for 5. And then what was the second piece of that?
Well, how much came in the last 4 years, and then what's in the endowment fund now?
Okay, it was around 3 million. Kind of changes on a day-to-day basis, and that includes, investment earnings over time as well.
Let's see here. What specific investments has HFI made in fundraising in the last 5 to 10 years, and how have those investments resulted in increased donations?
I guess I would say that the most recent in that time frame in the last 5 years, the most recent investment was in the Legacy of Harmony program, and I think Brian talked about that a little bit in his presentation, and bringing Sean Devine on to kind of serve as the point guard for that program. I think, as Brian pointed out, it's been and correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but I think you pointed out it was about $10 million in the pipeline at that time. Now, I will have to say that like the annual fund dollars that Carolyn reported on, of about a $500,000 drop in donations after the Everyone in Harmony announcement, we also lost at least 1.5 million, I think it is, Sean, in legacy gifts that were revoked because of that decision. Jim Clark?
Yeah, if I could, I just want to throw out one quick little stat nugget for barbershoppers, because this, I think, demonstrates to that point, as well as the whole scaling up question of the size of the pie. 2003, we had 2 or 3 staff members total. The foundation was only 2 or 3 members total, raised about $200,000 total that year. 2008, with a staff of 5 or 6, raised just under $794,000 that year. Come forward another 5-6 years with a staff of a dozen, raising $2.5 to $3 million a year. So in terms of the investment in going forward, it's exactly what Brian Sagristano was talking about early on, is that you invest in a professional development staff that is working to develop the relationships. You have to spend more money in order to increase the size of the pie. And that is exactly what the foundation has done from the very beginning. And the numbers reflect that until this last handful of years, with multiple variables all coming in together. but that arc is definitely that kind of investment. And there's just those three little nuggets of data points to give it a sense of how it's expanded.
Thank you both. We're moving on to a question from Andrew here. What made the communication stop? You're both in the exact same building. Who was the reason why meetings and mediation wasn't happening? And what led us to currently this exact point?
I'm guessing you're directing that at me. Just guessing. Andrew, I wish I could tell you what made the communication stop. I really don't know. All I know is that I'm honest and I speak my mind. And I represent our donors in conversation. That's all I can tell you about that. Beyond that, I really don't know why communication stopped. I just don't have an answer for you. It's not because I wanted it to.
So we haven't heard from Mr. Snook in a while. Let's throw a question his way. What were the donors' reasons for dissatisfaction with EIH?
Yeah, there were a number of them. It was not because of a hatred for women. That was told to me several times and made very clear. And right, wrong, or indifferent, these were the reasons that I heard, and field guys, you can back me up. Some of the donors didn't feel that their opinion was asked for. They felt that the reasons behind Everyone in Harmony were heavy-handed or disingenuous, or it was just a money grab. But I think at the core of many of their issues and why they stopped giving to the foundation was because the organization, the identity and the niche of the organization that they had been a part of for so many years was so different that to them it was unrecognizable, even if it hadn't impacted their own personal experience. So again, right, wrong, or indifferent, those are the things that I heard.
Thank you, Kyle. Chasing down another one.
Jim, while you're getting that, could I just say that just to piggyback on Kyle's answer there, exactly right. I never heard anyone say anything about EIH itself, the vision of it, or the core of it, the meaning of it. It was strictly how it came about, how it was announced, and it kind of. And I also heard from a couple of people, and I think they were speaking about the same thing, of where they had received like an email survey, but then 4 days later the announcement was made, something like that. It just had a lot of like it was really rushed. And then after the fact, people were asking questions, well, what does all this mean, and that sort of thing. And then there really didn't appear to be a plan for chapters that were doing long range planning and that sort of thing. So
thank you both. So this is a follow-up on your presentation, Perry, from Dan. With the HFI donor's choice, would HFI allow an increase in the amount I could give to my district or chapter? And would HFI allow me to split my choice to more than one chapter?
I think we currently allow you to split your choice between chapters up to the 30%. I think that the thing that we have to realize in this equation is that whether or not the donor's choice amount is raised, lowered, whatever, the work with the chapter and the district has to be in consort, if you will, right? So there is an opportunity for more funds to come back to the chapters through the district So it may actually increase the amount of money that comes back to the chapter, regardless of what happens with the percentages of donors' choice to the chapter. And there really isn't a need for donors' choice at the district level, because the district will be engaged in the fundraising component and will be the recipient of some of those dollars in that formula.
Here's a question from our friend Sai. My students have benefited from HFI and donors. Whoa, the question moved. It has changed their lives, so thank you. My question is this: what are you doing to encourage and educate donors on the benefit of EIH? While the rollout of the program was sudden and rough, it means more to me personally than money. Is there any dialogue with HFI staff and the donors to showcase how beneficial this program is?
I don't know if anybody wants to jump in and take this, but I again, Sai, and first of all, thanks for being on here. We've enjoyed supporting your organization. Appreciate having you there. I think again, when you remember that the foundation is donor-centric, and our job as fundraisers is to connect the donor to programs that they want to support, right? We connect, what we do is we develop a relationship with the donor. We get to understand what their interests are. We get to understand what legacy they want to leave through their resources. And so our job as the fundraiser is to bring them the menu of choices that actually fit what it is they want to support. And so, of course, we're going to have conversations around EIH with donors who have an interest in that. And the other thing that I think you have to remember out there, every one of these fundraisers on the screen has a goal to hit. And every one of them is going to take advantage of whatever they can to find to interest that donor. And so if EIH is of interest to that donor, of course they're going to be talking about EIH. I think the problem we've had so far is that EIH by itself isn't a program. EIH is a vision. EIH is a noble vision. But there isn't a program there that is EIH. And I think that's the problem we've had with conversations with donors, because when they talk about EIH, or we present them with EIH as a vision, they want to know what's in it. And what they really want to know is what's in it that's different from what VHS has been doing before. And I think that's the real question that I have, is what are the programs that are new? What are the programs that are exciting because of this vision? And that I just haven't heard yet. I think they're still in the workshop, but I just haven't heard what the programs are new that are going to support this noble vision. Because that's what the foundation supports, are programs that enrich lives through singing.
Jim Clark, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just would, from the fundraiser's perspective, I would just reinforce that briefly to say that any given time we're speaking in front of a group, a chapter or a district or wherever, we may have a super limited amount of time. And so we can't talk about everything because there are so many options, but especially in the small group, in the one-on-ones most specifically, we try to cover everything there possibly could be and definitely promote these incredible programs and what they have done. And so whether we're talking about something related to music education, educators, students, Harmony U, youth choruses, youth quartets, camps and workshops, just the idea of EIH in its concept. I mean, anything, we work through these conversations because, as Perry indicated, it really is about having conversations with the donors. And sometimes we think a donor or a prospect might be interested in something, and then they actually lead us down another path that they're really interested in that. And it may not even be something necessarily that we have available right now, or that VHS has available, or a chapter, or So we present these ideas to donors, and then donors take us where they will. So it's a relationship conversation. But I just wanted to reassure Cy that none of us in the field on our conversations are trying to exclude any of the opportunities, because we've been so fortunate to be there to watch so many of these recipients of the gifts have these incredible experiences, and we lean on those stories because they are transformative, and we want to share those great news stories with all the donors and prospective donors that we possibly can.
Carolyn, we've got a follow-up question here. The HFI 990s do not indicate there are any programs associated with Connect, Enrich, etc. Can you clarify this disparity?
Sure. So the Connect and Enrich programs are on the 990. They probably bleed over to the backside because there's more detail on there than will fit on the initial page in the front of the 990 statements. However, that's for this year. If you look back, and that should be for this year and last year, meaning 19 and 18. Prior to that, it was the education and visionary programs. So we just renamed them to match our mission in 2018. So I'm not sure who asked that, but I am happy to look through that with you a little bit deeper if you would like to get in touch with me on Monday, or Dixie can give me your name and I can give you a call.
Very good, thank you. Before you go off mute, I've got another follow-up for you on the donor choice checks. Do you have any idea when the checks will go out for those who indicated that they would like to receive them?
Yes, they are actually going to be processed on Monday and should be in the mail by Tuesday.
That one was for you, Timothy. Let's see. I feel like we've already answered that one for Doug. Okay, Bill, we will, yes, we will get you in touch with Perry very soon about mixed barbershop. Whoa, they keep jumping around. Sorry, guys. Jeff, I'm not sure that's something that we can answer here. Here's a question. What was the expected cost of this feasibility study? Maybe
Why don't I take that one?
Yeah.
We never got to the point where we actually put out to bid for a feasibility study for a campaign like this. However, depending upon how large the study is and what components it includes, generally there's a feasibility study, and then there's a campaign plan, and then there's the quiet phase of the campaign. And if you include all three of those elements when you go out and get a feasibility study, which is typically what happens, it ends up being about $80,000 for all three. But if you just do the feasibility study for an organization our size, generally about $40,000 is what you're going to see in quotes from various fundraising consultants. If you can do a study on your own with your existing staff, but of course it takes your staff off the road and not working with donors on new gifts. So you've got a real opportunity cost lost because your staff is out interviewing donors instead of and interviewing people for the feasibility study instead of meeting with donors and actually asking for gifts. But generally, when you see a feasibility study, you're looking at that $40,000 to $80,000 range, depending upon the scope of services. I've seen some as high as 120, but there wouldn't be any reason that HFI and BHS would need to go to something that expensive.
Okay. Is there an easy way to explain how both organizations can fundraise to the same people? Do both organizations share the same mission? again, tough to know who I'm supposed to give to.
I'm willing to jump in there on that one. Ultimately, the choice is always up to the donor. And even now, the choice is up to the donor. Where do you give? Kind of goes back to that original question of do I give directly to my chapter? Do I give to my, who do I give to? We have those choices across the board in life. This feels uncomfortable for many different reasons, but the question is, at the end of the day, depending on how this all turns out, it ends up being a donor's choice as to who they want to give to for what reasons. And we can only speak to what we're planning, what we're doing, what we plan to do. We can't speak for anyone else in that regard. But I will also say this. Lifelong barbershopper, die-hard barbershopper, there is no end to the need for supporting barbershop harmony outreach at every level. There's no end to the need to support singing outreach around the world. We've talked through and around other organizations out there. Does that mean, who knows what that means for the future? But in terms of the short term, near term, mid-term, it's hard to see what the future is going to be, but ultimately it comes down to, as you get all the information, where do you feel most comfortable? What do you feel most comfortable with as the donor? And it's our responsibility. One of the reasons we're doing this tonight, it's our responsibility because we are donor-centric. It is our responsibility to give you all the information you need to make your informed decision, because it is your gift, it is your money, it is what you want it to do. So in terms of where that choice ends up being, we can't tell you precisely where to choose, who to choose, etc. All we can do is tell you what we plan to do, what we are going to do, what we have done, and try to maintain that relationship and grow that relationship. And it goes from there.
Thank y'all. Just want to throw out some quick stats there. We've answered 118 questions. We've got 112 more. So we're in it for the long haul, kids. But a lot of these might be repeats. So please don't be offended if we get to one and it's been covered and we just type, we covered this earlier, and kind of move on to sift through the numbers and kind of push through. So let's see, here's one that keeps popping up near the top. It seems that the philosophy of not EIH, so many acronyms. It seems that the philosophy of HFI versus BHS is targeting stronger local and district control versus more central control of BHS. Is rapprochement possible, and is this a point of conflict?
I guess I wouldn't have characterized it as a point of conflict. I think that both is necessary. I think that as I said in my presentation, I think the membership is BHS, and I think if from our perspective, and I can't speak for BHS, I can't speak to how they feel about that, but from our perspective, I believe that strengthening the chapters and the districts is going to lead to a more healthy BHS overall. Because I think the chapters and the districts know their regions. They're there. They're boots on the ground all the time. They know they have a chance to explore and provide what people are wanting in that area and needing in that area to be successful. And so I don't know that I can speak to the conflict with BHS or what they believe, but I can just tell you what the foundation believes. And so I think there needs to be a way to support programs at all levels.
Do Keep a Melody ringing donations go to endowment or annual giving?
They go to first cover the cost of the plaque and associated expenses with that, and then annual fund. So they help support the holistic picture.
And if I could, Jim, just to circle back to a question that came earlier with, do we receive gifts from folks outside of the immediate membership of the Barbershop Harmony Society? I would say the Keep the Melody Ringing program does include many, many friends and family members throughout the community who want to honor their friend or family who passed. And on the plaque, it actually says to anyone who enjoyed the sweet, sweet sounds of Barbershop Harmony. So it's a beautiful program to continue to host.
So it was mentioned that HFI was supporting singing, although it seems that funding is pretty much exclusive to barbershop. Would HFI consider funding other styles of singing, a cappella perhaps still, other than barbershop?
Well, I think that one of the things that's clear is that the vision for the foundation rests with the board. But so I don't know that I can speak for my board at this point, but I do think that the rising tide lifts all boats. And so as Jim Clark said earlier, many people come to barbershop through other forms of singing. From my perspective, yes, I think we'd certainly be willing to entertain other a cappella singing opportunities. And singing is what our mission talks about. So yes, I think we'd have to entertain that. And certainly we have had conversations, as I said, with Deke Sharon's group, CASA, already. We're not working with them currently, but we certainly have been in conversation with them. So yeah, we would entertain it, but I think when it comes to the visioning for the organization, that's going to be something that the board is going to have to take up. But with this announcement, I think that conversation with our board is coming sooner rather than later, because people are reaching out.
Carolyn, what were the financial results for HFI for fiscal year 2019? It doesn't seem like maybe we have posted those results yet.
So 2019 was the last audit that was completed, and the whole financial picture was we had a loss of 150,000-ish for all funds, and it is on our website, I believe, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, for 2019, but the audit is also filed and available on request if you'd like, if you can't find it.
Perry, are there any additional juvenile anti-recidivism projects planned?
There are not yet, but we'll have some assets up on this project, this pilot project, actually sometime after the 4th of July, and we'll be able to take those assets out to show other chapters in other areas. You know, there are nearly there's over 600 chapters in the Barbershop Harmony Society. I don't know how many juvenile detention facilities there are out there, but I'll bet there's a chapter close. And if there's a chapter that wants to replicate this pilot project, we want to talk to them, because frankly, we believe there's a whole lot of support coming from people who understand the value of singing and the impact that singing has on lives, on changing lives. And I can't think of a better place for us, the foundation, and the barbershop community to be than making a difference nationwide in that demographic. It's an organizational changing opportunity for us.
Mr. Clark?
Yeah, if I could just add on there, I literally just got a text from an AIC board member, and the Association of International Champions wants to partner in the anti-recidivism program. So just just throwing that out there in terms of additional interest from barbershoppers within the society who are wanting to actually be part of that effort. And what an incredible thing that would be.
The next question is directed towards Gary. What is the story behind asking BHS to fill out a detailed application for funds, and why did they struggle to provide data to support their current ask and provide data and justify their spend on the previous spend?
Okay. And I'm going to ask Lynn and Kendall to help me with that, since they're on the grants committee, which is what was who would be driving that. Just basically, I think Lynn will talk to this as well, but about 2 years ago, we realized that we needed to be highly accountable to donors, and really embrace the best practices of fundraising organizations, so that we could tell donors where their money specifically went. We could report on the programs that the money supported, the benefits of those programs. And as fundraising organizations go, I think Brian alluded to this as well, and as have the field staff, that people give more when they realize that their money went to something valuable and they can see the results. So we asked, we instructed, I think Lynn just clarified if this is right, about 2 years ago, Lynn was the chair, and 3 years ago, and she mentioned in a meeting that it was a meeting at a convention with various BHS board members and a few HFI board members, and she mentioned that we would be requesting for future grant requests, we'd be requesting them to fill out an application that was not just a 35-page, here's all the things we want, but rather things put into columns and the different areas that we needed to have to be able to report on that information more easily, and we could justify where it all went. And so when that came about 2 years ago, that we were then going to ask for that form to be done, we in fact last June in a board meeting with 2 BHS board representatives in our meeting, we indicated that we would be requesting that form to be completed for the grant request for the 1920 fiscal year. And when we actually went over the form with the 2 BHS board reps, and they had opportunities to comment on them, and we asked them to get back to us and comment on them. And the comment that I remember we got was that this would be really hard for us to do because we have so many things coming up with Harmony University and international, and we'd like to not have to do this form this time. Now, please note that the form that we were asking to have completed was a standard form that we had edited, but it came from, I think it was a Minnesota fundraising document and different things. It was a standard form. And it's a type of form that any organization would have to fill out for probably a grant request from ACDA or NAFME or any of those organizations that might fund money. So we didn't think it was unusual. And so we asked for that form to be completed, and there was a lot of resistance to that. And so we said, okay, then please just give us the information and we'll put it in the form. And so the HFI staff spent probably a week translating that into the form that we needed to have, and we still didn't get all the information that we needed, as I recall. Lynn or Kendall, can you add to that at all?
Yeah. Also, one of the things was the beginning of the form was a suggestion from a BHS staff member who suggested that we actually have this form to help formalize the grant request. Additionally, if you check the BHS webpage and look at their staff, there is a person on staff whose position it is to fill out forms like this. That's what this person does. So, so it's not the BHS board that is actually filling out the form. It's actually a staff member. And the way the form is set up is that once you filled it out once, in the following year, you only have to replace a couple of items, but you can basically use the same form. Additionally, at the end of the form, there are comments about having case statements from the stakeholders, the people that attend the event, like HU, so that we can use that information for our field staff, so that when they go out to solicit more funds, they can use those so that people know that the programs work. They can use it as a selling point because somebody who attended the event got something out of it.
I have nothing to add to that. That was really well stated. So we gave them a pass on filling it out, but we were clear that the next round, we would need to have the form. So it's, I don't think it's unusual at all. And they had a chance for input. And maybe if things hadn't gone off the rails, we'd be fine with getting this form filled out. I hope we have an opportunity to do that.
Here's a question. What's the worst case scenario if Harmony Foundation cannot reconcile with BHS? Are you in danger of going under?
I think the worst case scenario is that both organizations struggle and suffer. And I think that without the opportunity to come back, revisit this decision, I think it's certainly a possibility. And to me, that would be disastrous because both organizations supply a real need. The society supplies some tremendous programs that have a fabulous impact. The foundation supplies seasoned fundraisers with a real passion for what they do. And as I think Jim Clark pointed out earlier, a passion for the Barbershop Harmony Society art form. So I think that to me, this whole scenario is a real shame. And yes, I see, I mean, the worst case scenario is that both organizations fail.
I just want to piggyback a little bit on that. I'd say 75 to 80% of the dropped donations that Dixie mentioned earlier that have come in based and have cited this as the reason have said, we're just not giving to either one organization. We're going to do X with our donation, whatever and they've specified what that would be. And that's a variety of reasons, but almost all of them have said, we're just not giving. And I think to Perry's point, both organizations suffer in that process. Confusion does not motivate donors.
Okay, thank you all. There's a question here from Bob. Why did BHS start application and licensing activities seemingly in secret while representing themselves to be, it went away. Oh, I found it. To be still working in good faith with HFI. They're all signed by BHS staff. A follow-up on this already. Is it true that they already had registered and paid fees in 7 states in September and October of last year? I realize I fumbled that as the question jumped around.
I think we got the question though, Jim. Yes, I mean, the data is public. It's very clear that the society started registering at least as early as September. And yes, it's clear that through that fall period, they registered in 7 states. And that's accessible information. It's public. Why they did that at the same time as they were having conversations with the foundation, I can't answer that. I really don't know. I find it regrettable But I don't, that's a question that you would have to ask of BHS and look for that answer.
So it's an understanding that HFI trustees are appointed by BHS. How will that change?
Is Jim Warner still here? Jim, you want to take that one? Our general counsel?
Yeah, they will be elected by the HFI board under the bylaws.
So Carolyn, we've got a timeline question here. Why hasn't HFI donated any funds to BHS in the current fiscal year? There are only 3 months left before HFI year end in September.
So we have granted, I'm echoing. Okay, about 325, 330,000 so far. There's also, the board has committed to, well, the restricted Harmony University scholarships and preservation grant that are funded through the endowment, that we're just waiting on the process of that to happen and more information so we can release those funds. But we have already funded 330-ish this year.
Well, and if I can just jump in there, also the practice has always been that BHS receives grants after the event takes place, after the program is put in place. And that has always been the process. And so when a program doesn't take place, then there has to be some adjustment made, because we fundraise on the backs of those programs, and those are the promises we make to our donors.
Did the change in 2018 income tax, which eliminated the deductions for charitable contributions, have an impact on giving? I'm a tax preparer, and it seems many people giving larger amounts have changed their giving habits. Mr. Clark?
Yeah, I'd take a shot at that one. Because we all keep track of these things, that was, of course, a concern of ours going into that tax law change. And we saw, and anybody else can correct me if I'm wrong, but we saw a blip, not a dip, I would say. It was much more conversation with donors being frustrated that, well, it doesn't count anymore. However, since the majority of our donors are barbershoppers, they are die-hard barbershoppers, and they're committed to supporting barbershop outreach. So unless there's other data from the financial office that I'm not aware of, we did not see a substantial dip in giving because of that particular event. That particular event was ancillary, and barbershoppers still continue to support barbershop through HFI because they love barbershop.
I will piggyback on that and say we are fortunate. We did not see the fluctuation that many nonprofits did. However, we did see some change in the pattern of giving. So we had a couple of donors that would give up front and then spread, that, okay, here's my donation, but it's going to be for this lasts for the next 5 years. And so we've seen some bundling, which was actually expected, and so, but not as far as declining in that sense.
Jim Warner, we've got a follow-up question on the one you just answered, if you would please. It's been read in the BHS Society Board of Directors minutes that there was a motion mentioned in the minutes that 5 seats were to be added to the Board of Directors for HFI, but they weren't seated by the HFI board. Can you explain what happened?
Yes, they purported to be acting under the trust agreement, which was no longer then in effect. So that action that they took was simply a nullity.
Here's a, oh, it went away. There we go. I got a question here from Carl. I got the sense after the BHS call last week that they wanted more control over all programs. Can you speak to this?
Would you repeat that question, Jim?
I got the sense after the BHS call last week that they wanted more control over all programs. Can you speak to this?
Well, I guess what I would say is I think their actions affirm that. I mean, I can't disagree with your perception.
So it sounds like the juvenile anti-recidivism program got their grant request for Cleveland, Ohio early enough to preempt a broader national effort. What is being done nationally to support other efforts related to singing?
I guess I'm a little unclear as to whether the question is about anti-juvenile, anti-recidivism, or if it's other programs more broadly, I guess. Certainly, we're in a liminal period right now as the foundation. Our work has been primarily, and all of our solicitation, as I said in my presentation, all of our solicitation has been for BHS program. So this is a transitional phase. This was a pilot program. We had some nice connections to pursue this, and we felt, and actually we took the anti-juvenile, the anti-recidivism program to BHS to be a partner with us in this initiative. I think for a number of reasons, they declined to be a part of this initiative. So even as we started down this path with this program in particular, we were still looking to impact BHS programs and bring this kind of in under that tent, if you will. So I would say that we're making a shift now. We decided to jump in and support this program and got a great gift from the Wink Family Foundation to do that. But I think that you know, I think now we're ready to turn that corner and start to explore more of these kinds of things at the local level. But we're really at just the beginning stages of that. And this is, indeed, it's in a pilot form. They started the first event in December, and then they were ready to start the second event in February or March, but I guess COVID is what stopped the second event in this process. So COVID has certainly slowed down our progress on this pilot project, but I think we're ready to start looking at more of these kinds of things, and whether it's anti-recidivism, which I think is a fabulous project, or other things that can have similar kinds of impact nationally. We're ready to have those conversations and listen. We're always looking for an opportunity to impact lives through singing.
Here's a question from Gordon, talking specifically about our Chapter Challenge initiative. If and when BHS begins asking for donations from their own membership, the members face a dilemma, you know, where to give their money. Can you help them decide? If HFI can no longer have access to the status of members for each chapter, how are they going to be able to determine the proportion of members who contribute, therefore, to find the top 5 chapters?
Dixie, is that something that you can address as to how we'll find those top 5 chapters?
Right now, since we don't have access to the member center anymore, we can't really pull the data. We are going to be asking, or we're hoping that we're going to be able to ask the districts to provide some information on their chapters, so we can still provide some sort of recognition. But as of right now, being that we don't have access to all of the information, we're really not able to provide the top 5. We may be able to do that in a single district, but not over the entire society.
Okay. What are the FY20 projected financial results for HFI updated for the pandemic?
Updated for the pandemic, it is anywhere from break even to a $250,000 deficit. We're still working through any impact from the recent announcement from BHS. But as far as the pandemic goes, that's kind of where we are. And I expect it's not going to change much more than that over the next 3 months. Same range. I will say, sorry, from a contribution standpoint, we have fared far better than most of our peer organizations. When only down, prior to this announcement, we were only down about 5% for year over year. So not quite meeting budget. We were off from budget, but we were comparable to last year, which is incredible. Thanks to our donors.
While I have you, I've got a quick question here. How much have fixed costs increased over the past 5 years?
They have not increased, maybe 1%. Total expenses have not increased either. When I say fixed cost, I mean just the operational component and strict fundraising. It's been 2.7, 2.8 million for the last 5 years. There was more, I know, in 2016 and early 2017, just from the staffing turnover. The opportunity cost that was lost on fundraised dollars was larger during that time period, of course, because of the same reason, staff turnover and that.
Oh, I was already off of mute. Okay, we got another question about donor's choice checks down here. Pretty sure we answered that earlier. If costs are fixed now, does that mean that BHS will still not charge rent or even allow HFI to stay? That's a BHS question. We will not be able to answer that one.
While you're looking, Jim, I will just jump in to say that actually, just for those of you out there to know this, we implemented a work from home schedule with our Nashville staff as of January 1st of this year. And the driver for that was the fact that parking in downtown Nashville had gone up to $200 a month and beyond. And that the foundation reimbursed our staff at $60 a month or something along those lines. So our staff the cost to our staff was rising considerably. And so we started to experiment with work from home at that time. The other nice thing about that is, I think, based on our reimbursement to staff and the taxes we pay on that, Carolyn can go into that if she needs to, but it actually ended up saving the foundation almost $8,000 a year as well. So it was a win-win for us to move to a remote working schedule, if you will, whereby at that point we only had two staff members in the office anyway. So moving into COVID really didn't change much for us. We had already figured out how to work from home. We'd already implemented the program. So and frankly, some time ago, I offered BHS the opportunity to utilize the second floor to rent out anyway, knowing that we could go to remote. And I'd stated that to BHS leadership. And then actually in one of our board meetings where a couple of the BHS board members attended, I stated that again, that we had gone to a remote policy and that certainly that was something that might be beneficial to BHS. So that's been in the works for a while. So I don't know that there will be much additional cost for the foundation should that occur.
Okay. Christian's got a question here about donor's choice checks. I think we covered that earlier. David's got a question here. I think I see a question in here. This might be just a statement. I'll just read it. Likely a no-win question, but acknowledging the level of member emotions and or anger over the way in which the society has handled the current situation. And setting that aside for a moment, is there anything about their idea and desire to make this change that you would agree may be beneficial despite their process? Or does the foundation feel that nothing about the current model that has been in place for years should change? Ultimately, I'm asking how reflective HFI has been about their own model in this situation, which I have not seen evidenced by the society to date.
Yeah, I'd love to jump in and answer that, because actually the staff comes in next week for our annual retreat, and so we'll talk about this a little bit more, particularly about some of the new and innovative things that we can actually implement, and a lot of what you learn through the COVID period. I think there's a lot to learn through this period. Let me start by saying fundraising is a relationship business. There's no doubt about that, and relationships are best developed face-to-face, one-on-one with people, or one on a group with people. The three-dimensional experience with another person cannot be replaced by the two-dimensional experience with a person. However, knowing that still has to be the core to good fundraising, I think one of the things that we're discovering through this COVID period, and if you want to talk about some of the things that the one element I think of the BHS program that I think does deserve some conversation is how we use technology, specifically Zoom, because we've had some good success engaging with chapters through this platform, through this medium. It doesn't raise much new money. In fact, it raises very little money, but it certainly keeps the relationship alive and keeps the foundation front and center with those chapters. I think there's a balance as to how much you use the technology, but I do think that the foundation can learn from this and use the technology piece a little bit more. But it will never ever replace the relationship component that's required for good fundraising.
Thank you, Perry. Oh, do you have an additional there, Carolyn?
Nope, I'll wait.
Okay. I was just going to say, giving Mr. Jim Johnson a quick break, and to not confuse anyone as to who's asking the question. Another Jim will be asking the questions here, or rather reading them out here. So I'm going to take over one Jim for another here as we continue on. So
Jim, I do have something to say.
Okay. Carolyn Falkenberry, everyone.
Sorry. I think piggybacking to the last question, or for the last question, I do think that there are some efficiencies that the two organizations could, well, let me back up. We have been reflective on why BHS would want to make this decision. I think, well, I can speak for me personally. I've thought about it quite a bit. I know that my team members have as well. There are efficiencies that that could happen under this model for sure. But there's also the same opportunities that if the communications are there, that we could have sat down and worked those out and come up with those same efficiencies. And going to, from what Brian said earlier, and that is, we've built the system. Let's capitalize on that better. We have great collegial relationships across, on both sides of BHS and HFI. I do think that those efficiencies would be worthy to talk about, not just throw away. And then the other thing is the program support and vocal support for the foundation and the program, and having the program component strong from the program recipient, meaning BHS being a strong cheerleader for the foundation as we're trying to raise money for the programs. They will do that without blinking in the new setup. And so as we reflect on those things, all of that could have been done seamlessly and worked much better than what's happening right now, in my opinion.
Thank you, Carolyn. All right, we're going to a question now from Ken, who I believe is up in Minnesota. Ken writes, earlier today I sent Carolyn a question about HFI writing grant requests and how successful they had been. What percentage of money raised were raised through outside grants coming into HFI?
I'm going to actually ask Brian to talk to that a little bit. But first, I want to say I apologize if I didn't answer your email. I actually have been preoccupied for much of the afternoon, so I didn't get to check anybody's email.
Sure, and I think that the first thing that we should mention is that the grant function is one that the foundation ceded to BHS. BHS asked to be the one that wrote grant requests. And so that's a function that even though normally you would consider that an HFI function, they asked HFI to not be in that space and allow them to occupy it. And so they have. But even when you look at that, grants generally make up a very small percentage of what people raise in a typical fundraising year, which is every year, because we have numbers that we get year after year. Roughly 80% of money comes from individuals. You would see about 5% come from corporations, and about 15% comes from foundations, which include grants that foundations can make to organizations. But about half of that comes from private or personal foundations. So really, corporate grants overall only make up about 8% when you're going out to foundations to get them, and corporate gifts only make up about 5% of money that goes to not-for-profits. So in the grand scheme, the huge majority of money comes from individuals, and HFI's fundraising program has been built around that reality and saying we're going to focus on individuals because that's where the bulk of the money is going to come from. What's perhaps interesting to note, and we haven't talked about, is that we're in a world where about 90% of the dollars that come in come from about 10% of the donors, of the individual donors, once you get into that individual gifts piece. And when you look at the fact that there's only about between 18 and 24% of BHS members give, and then you look at what subset of that is making up the 80 to 90% of the money that comes in, you're really looking at a pretty thin number of donors that make up a significant portion of the money that comes in. And so that leads to the need for a very donor-centered, donor-focused model that you've heard the staff talking about over and over again. Without it, those gifts end up at risk. And so that's the reason that you see this sort of focused and this model for HFI, and in the industry, it makes good sense.
Thank you, Brian. I think this one will be for Perry. It could be for any of the leadership, and this should be a quick one. This is from Jay. Does the Society CEO attend the HFI quarterly or yearly meetings since he is the CEO of BHS?
Yes, he has. He's been in every one of those annual meetings. Actually, he's in every one of the all meetings. We have 4 in a year, and he has been there for all of them.
Okay. All right, moving on here. This is a question from Paul. I have had a growing concern for the past several years that BHS was unable to, and it's jumping around. I understand Jim Johnson's pain now. Hold on just a second. Let me start again. I've had a growing concern for the past several years that BHS was unable to cover operations expenses without donations and was operating under a deficit budget. Donations through HFI should be to enhance programs and outreach, not cover budget shortfalls. I've learned my concerns were accurate. Did BHS refuse to provide proper reports on how HFI grants were being used? Did HFI know the grants were being counted on to cover the BHS budgets? So there's kind of multiple questions in there for clarification.
I guess, and maybe our grants team from our board may want to jump in on this, but I would say from my perspective, there were some unknowns. I would say that I'm not sure that we did know all of the financial condition of the Barbershop Harmony Society entirely.
Okay. you, Perry. This one actually is directed to Perry. This is from Howard, who is agreeing with the concept, the fundraising concept, and then asks the question, can you cut down your own overhead for HFI to help BHS?
Yeah, I think Carolyn alluded to that. I think there probably are some efficiencies. We talked about talking about that, but we never really had a chance to talk about that. So we never really did come together with the BHS leadership to have that conversation. Again, I think it's if BHS could come back to the table, if they would come back to, if they would pause their fundraising plans and come back to the table, those are some of the conversations that we would want to have and we've been wanting to have. So yes, Howard, yes.
I would, as a sidebar to that, just real briefly, Carolyn, would you like to speak briefly on the last couple of years of cost-saving measures, I believe, have not been covered tonight that HFI has gone through, sort of to this point?
Sure. We have diligently over the last 2 years tried to find areas of our operation. Actually, let me back up even a little bit farther than that. We had Kevin Keller come and speak to us about, he was there with BHS, but we had him come down and spend some time with us as well and just talk through the lean process that many manufacturers use. And so we all tried to adopt this lean concept of where can we cut expenses that won't touch revenue producing items, and if you know, just to look for those little nuggets of thousands of dollars. And we've identified about 30 to 35,000 in the last 15 months, and it doesn't stop. We'll keep looking.
Thank you, Carolyn. This one has basically been answered, but I think there's one little extra piece of it. The TED Talk mentions expanding the pie. To what extent does HFI draw from sources other than BHS members, which I think we answered, and what percentage of total contributions are from members? I think we hit it, but again, we're sitting at about 18% of the society membership is giving to the foundation now, which is down from a high a few years back of around 24%. In our case, the current membership is a limiting factor. What are you doing to expand the percentage of members which contribute to the foundation? I would actually throw that open to one of the fundraisers to answer that one. How about JJ Hawkins? I don't know if we've heard from JJ yet. What are we doing, JJ, to expand the number of barbershoppers currently? If there's 82% of barbershoppers not giving, what are we doing to try to expand that?
Well, we right now, obviously with the pandemic, a lot of things are on hold, but we have a very targeted goal to reach a lot of chapters, go to a lot of chapter meetings, meet with them on a broad basis. We'll go anywhere from Orden, Nebraska to New York City, you know, anywhere in between, all across the United States, just to meet with people who may have never even had a visit from somebody from the headquarters, so to speak. So that's one of the great joys of this job, is being able to interact with people of all walks of life and who may be very connected or may have no idea what the Barbershop Harmony Society or Harmony Foundation or anything what we do is. So just being able to be out there and connect with those people, that's how we grow that donor base.
Thank you, JJ. All right, let's see. By the way, folks, we've hit the 3-hour mark. Congratulations. We've answered 168 questions. I'm not sure you want to know how many are left. It's only the double digits now. It's not triple digits. Again, for those 182 of you still out there hanging with us, we're not going anywhere. We're going to keep answering because these are all for you. Let's see what we have here next. Hold on. I don't know that let me just read it. This is from Chuck. Would it be worthwhile to have a platform through HFI to allow donors to show our commitment and collective support along with our frustration and desire to have BHS reconsider their position to separate from HFI. And I'll leave that to someone else to answer. I will only say, Chuck, thank you for your support, and I'll leave this to someone more expertise to answer the question on that one.
I guess I would jump in and say, Chuck, thank you for your question. I would be curious as to what a platform like that would look like, and I'd certainly be happy to entertain any thoughts and ideas. Goodness knows, we don't know it all, and if you've got an idea for us, we're certainly willing to listen. And I've always said there is no idea so crazy it doesn't deserve time on the table.
Thank you, Barry. I know that this one is going to require more research because I don't think we have an answer off the top of our head, but Christian is asking, what are some peer organizations that are comparable to HFI? I'll throw that open for Carolyn, Perry, anyone else out there. Brian Sagristano, with all of your fundraising experience.
Yeah, I'm happy to take this one.
Sure.
You know, one of the things about when it comes to fundraising is that there's a uniqueness about each organization, and each organization in the life of its existence will develop certain will develop its fundraising program to a certain point and develop relationships to a certain point, and as it evolves it becomes unique. And so I get asked all the time as a fundraising consultant to benchmark charities one against another, and unless they're large charities that do a particular kind of work, most of that benchmarking turns out to be not particularly helpful. And the reason is that you're comparing yourself to somebody and you don't know what state of evolution their organization is in. So if you wanted to go out and find peer organizations, you might say, let's look at an orchestra or an organization like that that has a foundation that's raising money for it. But when you get into the detail of it, what you find is it doesn't really compare. And so we have found in our work as consultants that it's not really worth doing that kind of benchmarking for small and mid-sized charities. We tend to only do that benchmarking for really large charities. But even when I did work with charities like the Harvard Business School, I didn't benchmark them either. And the reason for that was they were in such a unique place compared to the other large MBA programs that when you started to compare them, so we started to go through the process and we discovered that they really don't align. And so it's not an apples to apples comparison. And so, but if you want to go and look for them, I would say that you want to look at other performing membership organizations. Like I want to be a member of the orchestra, or I want to be a member of the opera. And so it's a membership organization that also has a foundation associated with it. Those would be your best bet, but it really isn't a good basis of comparison.
Thank you, Brian. All right, this one's from Mark. In hindsight, does the HFI Board of Trustees stand by their initial letter to BHS members and the donor database? Should the messaging have been handled differently? Are you satisfied with the resulting debates and discussions? A few different questions in there. That's really a trustee one, but I don't know, Perry, do you want to start with that?
I'm just curious. I'm curious as to which message we're talking about.
I'm guessing, and again, this is guesswork, but I'm assuming it's going to the communication HFI sent out three and a half weeks ago, would be my guess.
Okay. In response to the conversation, in response to the messaging that BHS gave our trustees.
That would be my guess.
Okay. I certainly think that it has started the conversation and a dialogue that really needed to be brought out in the open. And I think there's a lot of the conversation that has been brought out in the open, and I think we all know much more now than we did 3 weeks ago plus 1 day or whatever that was. And I think the information that has come out is certainly enlightening, and I think the conversation that has been held, regardless of the tone, has been important for the membership to hear. I think if if this is a membership organization and a membership organization seeks to serve a membership, and I think that what we also know is that a governance structure that includes membership probably is more of a shared governance structure rather than a corporate governance structure, because leaders without followers are just out for a walk, right? So I think that I think that the messaging that the foundation sent started that dialogue. From my perspective, I think it's been a good dialogue. I would like to see a different outcome than where it appears that we're heading, but I think that dialogue that was engendered by that message has been good.
Great. I'm going to read this one and I'll answer it quickly. This is from Clifford. Many businesses are laying off people due to the pandemic. Why shouldn't BHS face the fact that they may have to lay off or reduce staff until conventions and other fundraising activities can resume? And I would say simply that that's a question for BHS, because HFI cannot make any determination on that, and we would not want to, because that's BHS's business. Let me see here. Okay. Jumping around. Hold on. This is a question from Anne. Can you require e-check/bank account information in order to receive donations? I guess I'll leave that to Carolyn. I would say the answer to that is no in terms of requirement. I'm not quite following, I guess, on that one. Anne? Carolyn?
I'm not sure I understand the question either. Unless you're referring to donor choice distribution, then yes, we probably could. Again, the reason that we have not opted to do electronically is we've tried to really celebrate the donors and make it not so much a business transaction when we distribute those donor choice distributions back to the chapters and districts. So if that's not what you're asking, please do a follow-up. I'm not really.
Yep. Okay.
She just messaged me, if I may. She says, I'm asking about whether chapters and districts would have to have that set up.
For the donor choice specifically, or?
She's typing.
or in the new model. Is that what you're talking about?
In reference to checks that weren't cashed.
Gotcha.
I
see. We probably could. For some of them we have issued 3 or 4 times, so yeah, we probably could require that.
And just for reference, again, we don't want to. Donor's Choice is such an important program that we support, and that I can't tell you, the fundraisers can all attest to this. Handing out checks at district conventions is such a joy to see how much fun that is, and celebrating and being at chapters. Sometimes we get to do it at chapter level, and it's a wonderful thing. I will never cease to be amazed at how many of those checks go into the coat pocket of whoever receives the check and never gets cashed. And it's not because of any malice aforethought at all. It just is there. And we've all had that experience. And so it is a challenge. It's a problem, trying to figure out the best way to do that. And we absolutely want to make sure that those dollars get to the chapters the most efficient way possible, no question. This is a question from Grant. This one's kind of long, so I'll read through it and we'll see what we've got here. As a follow-up to Joshua's earlier question, the St. Paul North Star Chorus is a small yet vibrant chapter. We continue to meet via Zoom and plan on keeping our director on, and will pay a portion of our rent to the facility we rehearse in. We will probably not meet or perform for around a year, and most likely go through a quarter to a half of our cash on hand. Lots of chapters doing that. In the interim, we have or will lose many of our major sponsors. Last year, we were in the top 3 of choruses in Chapter Challenge, and are now asking our members to steer some donations to the chapter. The clear message that a larger significant portion of our donations to HFI can go back to the chapter would go a long way in keeping member donations coming in. So I guess the question in there is, about HFI considering a larger portion of the dollars going back to the chapter?
Yeah, we really haven't considered that at this point. I guess the one thing that I would say right now is I think there's a great opportunity for us to get ahead of the need, if you will, for many of those chapters. If we can be fundraising now and dedicate those dollars back to districts, districts can then use those dollars to help the chapters when the need occurs, or we can start to gather the funding and the grant before we grant, rather than the process that we've been in with BHS up to now, which is committing to a grant and then going out and raising the money for it. I think we can get ahead of that, where we can raise the money so we know exactly how much money we have to commit to a grant. That seems like it, and I think that for those chapters right now, whatever your costs are right now, I don't know that you have costs immediately. Maybe you do, but I think if you know that you've got costs coming up, then we have the opportunity to work with districts and get ahead of those costs. Does that make sense? But I don't yet know about increasing the donor's choice number at this time.
Okay. This is a question from Jimmy. Hello, Jimmy. I know you well, by the way. Aside from how unhappy the BHS was with the funds that were being received, I'm assuming from HFI, were there other specific examples about how HFI operates overall that BHS didn't like? And if any, what clarifications and or changes did HFI make in order to work better with BHS and vice versa? So we may have already kind of covered that and it may be unanswerable, but there it is.
Yeah, Jim, I'm going to have you kind of repeat that question.
Yeah.
I think there are a couple of different pieces to it.
Yeah. So aside from how unhappy BHS was with the funds that they were receiving from HFI, were there other specific examples about how HFI operates overall that BHS didn't like? And if any, what clarifications and or changes did HFI make in order to work better with BHS? And then also asking, did they reciprocate?
Yeah, I think that the answer to the first portion of the question is what I said in my presentation. I think that one of the big rubs that maybe the foundation and the society had was the foundation's commitment to being a donor-centric organization. I think that I don't want to speak for anyone, but my perception was that BHS saw the foundation more as a sales force rather than a fundraising organization. And the difference, the fundamental difference between those two things is that a sales force is there to sell a product. A fundraiser is there to serve the donor. And I think that was a pretty big philosophical difference as to what the foundation should be doing. So I think if you're looking for one of the rubs that would have gotten us there, I think that's pretty critical. What did the foundation do to try to appease the society? You know, I think from my perspective, I think personally, I tried to meet with them regularly, and to have communication. In terms of, I don't think we ever got to a point where we actually had a conversation where we could come to an agreement as to what kind of compromise there might be, or even opportunity for compromise, which is, to me, regrettable.
All right. I'm going to actually, this is a short one. So can you speak? This is from Wayne, by the way. Thank you, Wayne. And it just moved on me. Hold on. Jumping around. Oh, where did it go?
I got you. If it helps, I can read it.
Hang with it. There it is. Can you speak to the relationship with HFI and the AIC, since AIC is clearly a major component of the BHS. I can certainly answer part of that, but I would actually ask if Mr. Sean Devine would like to answer this in part about the partnership between HFI and AIC.
Yeah, as Perry mentioned earlier, we've had a strong relationship with the AIC for quite some time as we work together as we host the AIC endowment. But just recently, over the last several months, if you've seen the announcement of the upcoming show, a week from tomorrow, that is a partnership between the AIC and HFI. And that has led to some pretty exciting projects that'll be coming up that we're in discussion on. AIC really wanting and needing to do more as an organization and finding some wonderful opportunities with that partnership alongside of HFI to leverage all of the, I almost said too much there as a member of the AIC, but all that I believe that we can offer for the greater good.
Excellent, and I will only add a couple of things to that again as a member of the AIC, that AIC leadership actually approached HFI just as a reminder there, if that's unclear, that AIC came to HFI to ask if we HFI would be able to partner with the AIC in a growing capacity, looking forward to far grander scale of what the AIC could possibly do. And HFI leadership going to the HFI Board of Trustees, et cetera, through the process of, can we support this? And because the vision that the AIC, which they will outline in much more detail on next week's show about what comes next, it is in line with the mission of HFI. And it is going to be incredibly exciting. And I'm biased, but I'm not biased because I'm a barbershopper first and foremost in all the hats that I'm wearing. What the AIC members and quartets want to do is get out and be out amongst the people spreading barbershop harmony at all levels. So stay tuned to that because it's exciting. And just from the HFI perspective, HFI, of course, wants to support barbershop outreach and enriching lives through singing, and that is exactly what the AIC's expanded vision is going to be all about. And you're going to hear about that from AIC directly next week. We just happen to have feet in both camps at the moment. So let me see here. All right. Okay, we already answered that about chapter challenge, Gordon, so I'm going to go past that one. Let me see here. Okay, this is another one from Ann here. At this point, we've kind of answered this one already, I think. At this point, since EIH has been implemented, would you consider it a special program or the normal operating model? And what is your perspective on funding the normal BHS operation model versus specific programs going forward? Kind of a couple of different things going on in there. Perry, did you want to take a little shot at that? Yeah, we've kind of answered some of that.
We have. I think that the foundation is committed to supporting programs that impact lives. We have not been an organization that, and it says it in our material, that we don't fund operation because we want those dollars to be going to program to the people that are going to be impacted. So I would say that as EIH develops, as we start to understand what the programs are with that are unique programs or expansion of current BHS programs, I think we'd be happy to fund those things. I think we just need some understanding of what it is, because EIH indeed right now, I don't see much of it that's anything more than a business model and an expansion of the current business model. So I'd like to understand more about it. I'd like to know what those programs are. And then we're happy to start promoting those kinds of programs.
Anyone else need to jump in on that one at all? Okay. I'm going to read this one next. This is kind of complex because it was in there and then it was out of there. And so I've got it as a text because we had it. This is stuff going on technically here. This is going to be a little bit of it's not a dicey question, but there's some uncomfortable moments here. There's also some presumption in it, so I'm just going to read it and then we'll address it. This is from Steve. Okay. Does being quote unquote donor focused include bigotry? I certainly understand the philosophy of doing whatever the donor wants with their resources, and that's certainly noble, but I've been seeing some vile things from folks that I'm guessing are generally big donors. Is there some kind of code of ethics for the foundation/staff? I guess what I'm asking is, will you tell someone who insists on being awful to get lost, or will you just take their check and funnel that money to whatever, in whatever awful way they insist? Before we turn that over, there's innuendo in there. We don't know specifics about seeing whatever from big donors, social media, I'm assuming stuff happening in there. So multiple questions in there. Can we boil that down to really the code of ethics part of it, how we work with our donors? I think is really the essence of that. If we have a donor who comes to us and wants to be horrible about something, so to speak, how would we handle that? Carolyn Falkenberry.
Yeah, in a theoretical world right now, that's a little difficult to answer that question.
Correct.
Because I'm not sure what ethics are being violated and who's judging those ethics at this point. What I can say is that if a donor is intent on giving a gift that is outside of the foundation's mission, yes, we will and have refused those gifts. I think I struggle to understand what the ethical dilemma is, and without knowing exactly what ethical dilemma we're talking about, I don't know that I can answer that question very well.
Yeah.
That's basically what I was going to say. As long as, if a donation doesn't align with our mission, then we would not accept it. And anything that is not equal opportunity employment is what's coming to my mind, but you get the point.
And I would jump on there again and say that again, a reminder that the foundation has been everyone in harmony before there wasn't everyone in harmony. So if it's around inclusion, then I think we certainly we've planted our flag in that world. So yeah, I think it's difficult to answer without knowing exactly what ethical dilemma
Specific
we're talking
situation. About. Sure. Okay. All right, let's see what else we have here. We're getting closer. The numbers of questions are dropping. We're hanging in there. All right. This is from Andrew. BHS has claimed that you are wasting money and are not an efficient organization. What is your response to that, as they have lost millions of dollars and doubled salary expenses? I think we've pretty much covered how we are operating. We just went back on that, Carolyn. I don't know if there's anything else to add in terms of how we're trying to operate and scale up to get more dollars.
Yeah, I just reviewed Carolyn's slides again. Absolutely,
Yeah.
And repeat what Carolyn said, in that we actually have invested in Six Sigma and Lean practices. So I think that and of course those practices are not about cutting costs. They're about greater efficiencies with the expenses you do utilize. So I think that's really important. So creating efficiencies are always a part of our mindset.
Excellent. Let's see. I know I've seen this one, so I don't know if it popped in and popped out. And really, this should be, we've basically answered this one, and we can only answer half of it. It seems to me the HFI wants to give support where their donors want their money to go. Yes. So far, it looks like BHS wants more control of that money to spend it where they think it's appropriate instead of its members. Would you agree? Again, it's not our place to pass judgment on what BHS wants or doesn't want, because that's not our decision. But I don't know if there's any other input from leadership on that.
I would just say I think it's a different philosophy, as I said before, of being donor-centric versus being a sales force.
Okay. This is a quick question from, and it's jumping around again. Okay, this is a question from Mark. I respect that HFI is donor-centric. That's understandable, but BHS is required to be member-centric. Is that a core of the struggle between the two organizations? I don't think so, but I will let others answer that one.
I would say that the foundation is also member-centric. I think that's where we believe the society is. I think we believe the society is the membership. So I think that actually those two things go hand in hand, frankly.
All right, let's see here. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll through because we've answered a couple of those and I don't want to answer too many we've already answered here. Okay, so this is a question from Alan, two-parter here. There are a number of HFI Board of Trustee members on the call. We basically have all the trustees on the call, I think, unless we've had people drop off. How are they appointed to the Board of Trustees? Definitely answer that one. And the second part is, where do their loyalties lie?
I'll
take that one.
Go with it, Dan.
Go ahead, Dan.
I'm the newest one to this board. I was asked to serve through the nominating process. I accepted that. I'm a barber shopper of right at 41 years now, and I've been very active, held a lot of positions. I wanted to do my part in helping HFI do their job and how we can expand in ways to help Barbershop Harmony Society give more programs to people. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to help the Barbershop Harmony Society do more. And after January, when the midwinter convention was, I saw a whole different thing happen. It didn't seem as welcoming from the BHS, and I'm giving my own opinion here. I'm sorry, but it just did not seem very welcoming for someone going into HFI who's been a longtime barbershopper. My mission is to help HFI and give my background and resources to be able to help them raise more money and more programs for singers, barbershoppers, anyone that sings, because I think that is what truly enriches lives, is singing. And the only way you can do that is to connect through singing. And I fully believe that HFI is on that right path. So that's my personal opinion as a longtime barbershopper. I was frankly kind of disappointed, and I'll be honest with you. I was very disappointed in the BHS board. I know a lot of people on the board, and I was very upset with some of the things that were said about this fine group and organization that I belong to. That's it.
Thank you, Dan. Wow, we've got the reflection there. Good old
Lynn,
echo.
you wanted to say something?
I was going to say, there's a couple of others. I know Sherry had her hand up. Lynn, you had your hand up. Who else would like to jump in there?
Well, I'll go.
Sherry?
Sherry, go ahead.
Well, for those people who don't know me, I've been a music educator for 31 years. And out of that 31 years, I've used barbershop in the classroom and with students for 29 of those years. Kind of fell into it by accident because I had 4 guys in my 23-member program at the time that were great singers, and found a barbershop piece and fell into it that way. And so since then, I've had many students that are now singing on the international stage in Sweet Adelines, and also in at the BHS. Have always loved the programs that were provided for my students for BHS. So when I was asked to be on the HFI board to raise money to help fund the programs that my students have really enjoyed and just grown musically, grown as human beings, I just absolutely had to do it. So that's where my loyalty lies.
I can speak.
Great. Go ahead, Kendall.
Hey, I joined the society back in 1986. My mother became an SAI back in 1978, and my sister also joined SAI back in 1974. So I've been around this a long, long time. I've also done a bunch of stuff at the district level and the chapter level. So when I was asked to be to be a trustee, one of the things I saw was a way, one, for me to give back, but also a chance to help HFI increase its sources to which it sees funds. Meaning, we don't just have to ask BHS members to donate. We can ask anybody. And one of the things that we use for that is, for example, is like HU, which is one of the best music programs out there, bar none. And by using that, we can get people who are interested in singing, who may not be BHS members, to donate toward that to make that school even better. And for me, it's trying to find ways for our field staff to be able to use that knowledge to increase the donations that we get from current members, from new members, and from people who are actually not members at all. Because for me, anybody can donate through us to support music. And our job is to take those donations and support music programs.
Thank you, Kendall. Any other trustees who wanted to comment? Okay, I'm going to quickly touch on Mike's question here. Again, some of these are from 3 hours ago. So what kind of reporting do you expect for the contributions, grants, and program support you provide? What kind of reports are you receiving concerning the use of funds being provided? I think we covered that, Mike. If not, let us know. But I think we covered that in terms of the whys and hows and what we're receiving or not. Okay. This is a question from Aaron, and I think we've covered it as well, but I will allow this to be answered for clarification. Will BHS receive any additional funding from HFI for 2020 programs and activities? Again, I think we covered it, but just to clarify, because I know this is a question that's out there. So I would open this to Perry or Carolyn or anybody else who wants to.
Yes, we're still waiting on information around HU and scholarships for HU, because that program is happening, as we understand it. It's just happening in a different form.
Okay. All right. Again, Andrew, I think we covered this. Do donors have to specify where their money goes if they are BHS donors? If we want to focus our donation, again, we're donor-centric, so reach out to your regional rep, any of us here, to talk about that kind of stuff, because we want to do what you want the money to do. I don't think there's anything else to add to that. We have a question here from John. Yeah, there it is, from John. Can non-BHS contributions / receivers develop our own programs that are not connected to BHS in any way?
The grant application form is universal. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of getting the grant application form off of our website and submitting the application for the grants committee to review.
If there are further discussions to be had, again, reaching out to one of the regional directors, to the staff, we'll get you connected with the appropriate person to have the conversations with if it's more detailed than that. All right. From Mark, if HFI loses the President's Council perks at international, how do you project that to impact donor numbers?
Would you repeat that one again, Jim?
You bet, you bet. If HFI loses the President's Council perks at international, how do you project that will impact donor numbers?
Well, it's difficult to project, particularly since even though there may be a loss at international and midwinter, there may be opportunities through some of the other relationships, particularly with the AIC. So it's difficult to project that. But we are in conversations. I think there are a lot of other perks that can be offered at the President's Council level, things that we have not even approached in terms of the kind of creativity that we can pursue along those lines, particularly based on a lot of the relationships that we are developing.
Yeah, let me jump in too, and that is that, you know, when you look at actual data and you analyze donor behavior, what you find is that donors are not particularly motivated by those perks. The perks are nice, don't get me wrong, but that's not what motivates them to give. They give because they can see their gift making an impact, or they can see the gift creating a long-term outcome. So they can see kids singing, they can see the expansion of singing, they can see us reaching into inner cities, they can see those kinds of program results. So when you get to perks, they're nice, but most donors are not motivated exclusively by it. When you actually survey them, those perks fall at like 7th or 8th on their list of priorities as to why they choose a particular charity or philanthropy.
Thank you both. Wayne, I think we've already covered this, but just again to clarify, do you foresee the possibility that HFI stops giving to barbershop and focuses other efforts to singing missions apart from shop? And I think we covered that, but again, unless
I just say I don't see HFI stop giving to barbershop.
No, nope.
That's in our DNA.
Yep. So Dixie, that follow-up question from Andrew, I think we already covered, so we've answered that one. And also that follow-up from Mark from 2+ hours ago, we also clarified that one, I believe, as well. Let's see. Okay, so I guess we can, this is probably for Carolyn. This is from Jay and Helen. How are funds invested to help grow any money to pull in additional income, or is this even happening? So in terms of our investments, Carolyn?
The endowment funds are definitely invested, excuse me. And we do have a small money market that kind of doesn't produce a lot of investment opportunity, but we do have an investment committee that oversees all of the investment policies and all of the transactions that go along with that, the management or the investment manager. So we do look for earnings there, and we do have some unrestricted earnings that come that way, but not a lot of excess cash that produces a lot of investment earnings. Most of that's related to the endowment.
Okay. This is a question from Dan, and I'll just read it out here. One of the reasons for contributions from members for membership was to show outside donors we are supporting our mission. Now, are you saying you are not pursuing donors outside the VHS? Seems a little bait and switch. I think there's just a little confusion there. I'm not sure where Dan got that idea specifically, but Perry, I'll let you run with that.
Yeah, we're absolutely pursuing donors outside of barbershop. And right now, currently 21% of our current donors are non-members of BHS. So, and that number has been climbing. Certainly, but I think again that that you have to recall that donors give to the projects and the organizations that are close to their heart. So that always has to be a consideration when you're pursuing donors outside of any entity.
Let me jump in too. I think what they were trying to get at there was we asked donors to make gifts so we could have a larger percentage of the membership giving, so that when we go out and make grant requests of third-party foundations, that they would see participation among our donors or among our members, and they'd be more likely to make a grant. And so, as we mentioned earlier, the grants program lives on the BHS side as far as requesting grants. And so we were doing that as a partnership step with BHS to try and increase percentage giving. That helps us, but it also helps BHS in pursuing those grants. There's no question that that is one of those cases. How that plays out now going forward, whether we're going to apply for grants on our own or not, really depends on how things evolve from here. I would assume. I wouldn't speak for the board or for the CEO, but obviously that is something that's out there.
Thank you. All right, this is one. This is one that's directed to Carolyn, but I'm assuming that the rest of us can chime in if we need to. This is from Doug, and he says, Carolyn, so am I correct? When a field rep like Sean Devine comes for a chapter visit, some of his total trip cost is allocated to connect because he is, parentheses, no sarcasm coming, schmoozing with chapter meeting attendees in addition to his time in front of the chapter for the formal ask. Now, before you answer that, I want us to just all take a moment and say, none of us have ever seen Sean Devine ever schmoozing with anyone. So Carolyn, take it away and answer Doug's question in all seriousness.
Well, that was going to be my question. Sean, are you schmoozing when you get to those chapter visits?
I don't even know what that means.
Well, now I forgot the question. Doug, no, we are an allocated percentage of the staff time and travel is not for smoozing. It's more for spreading the message and connecting the message of singing and singing benefits, more than a hobby, and the message of why we're there in the first place, advocating for BHS programs, sharing all of that. Now, 90% of that is fundraising, the direct ask, and so, but a piece of it isn't. And that's what we're trying to connect. Our message tonight is a piece of it isn't. It's more than just raising funds.
Can I throw this back to Jim Clark? Because Jim, you and I were talking a little bit about the things you end up doing in those chapter visits.
Yeah. We keep mentioning that we're all barbershoppers on the staff here, and a few of us have been barbershoppers for a very, very long time, for decades for some of us. And so no matter where we go around barbershoppers, we are not only representing HFI all the time, even if we are off the clock, we're still representing HFI, but also no matter where we are around barbershoppers, we are still barbershoppers. And so if we were simply fundraisers who were not barbershoppers, didn't sing, didn't participate like that, we could walk in the door, walk up, do the ask, even sit through rehearsal of a chapter or go to a convention and simply be there representing, ask for money at the assigned times, and that would be it. But in all of these cases, we do what barbershoppers do because we can't avoid it. So we sing tags with people. We talk about, for those of us who've been around for years, we talk history. We talk what's been going on in barbershop. We talk about how music and singing in barbershop has impacted us over time. We get to know people in a chapter that we've never met before. It's especially exciting when there are many different kinds of people there and youth who are there and where they came from. And as we get connected in that setting, we direct songs. We're asked to sing up on the risers. We get up there and sing. We spontaneously will be asked to coach more often than you might think. And we never say no. We jump right in there. We will be at conventions and we will be asked to, most often we volunteer when we see, hey, there's an everyone chorus going to do the mic check. Well, absolutely. Let's get up there on stage. Can you direct polecats in front of the audience, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And all of that feeds into most definitely part of the fundraising process. But that is the connection piece that's almost indefinable because it is so important for the relating how this impacts our lives. And we all have our own individual personal experiences to tell and to lean on. And so we are always barbershoppers when we're around barbershoppers. No question. Mr. Dan Bell, you have your hand up.
I'm going to do something and ask you to out me tonight. Will you?
Depends.
Tell my story.
Which one?
All of it, from the beginning.
This is going to be embarrassing.
How I became a donor.
Oh, how you became a donor.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on to your hats, everybody. This won't take too long, but I will just say, let me say, before we get into this, we've answered 236 questions. We have 144 diehard participants staying on, and it is now 10 minutes till 1 o'clock on the Eastern Seaboard. So all you Easterners, you're awesome. And the rest of us, we're just weak. All right, so Mr. Dan Bell would like me to tell you his story. This is a perfect example of what a barbershopper might do versus what a non-barbershop fundraiser might do. I was visiting the vocal majority some years ago. It was the end of a long week. I was exhausted, went to the entire rehearsal, vocal majority, fantastic. I decided that night I was going to skip the afterglow because I was just too tired. The afterglow was in the parking lot right behind the hotel I was staying in. So at the last second, I decided, man, I'll just drop in. I went into the afterglow. There happened to be a group of individuals there who were actually doing their annual fantasy football awards. So there were a bunch of emeritus inactive members of vocal majority there. And so I said hello. I knew some of the guys, and down at the end of the table, this guy's waving me down, and I thought he looked familiar, and it was Dan Bell. And Dan sat me down and introduced himself, and I realized, oh, of course, he's saying Class of the 80s, and he couldn't believe that I knew that quartet. And then he said, tell me everything there is to know about Harmony Foundation. So I told him everything I possibly could about Harmony Foundation, and he thought about that, and he said, I want to become a donor, but the timing is not right now. I said, great. And I went on my way. And it was over a year later that out of a clear blue sky, I got a phone call, and it was Dan Bell. And we chatted, and he said, you know, things have changed. Now the timing is right. I want to join President's Council. I want to do President's Council for the remainder of this year. It was springtime, so let's set it up for the rest of the year. And then I want to jump up an entire new level of President's Council starting the 1st of next year. Can we set that up? I said, of course. We stayed in contact. He came to Midwinter that following January. He came out at the end of Saturday night and he said, tell me about this youth chorus sponsorship thing. So we talked right there in the hallway about youth choruses and becoming a sponsor. He said, yeah, I think I want to do that. And he became a youth chorus sponsor that night. And so because of being a barber shopper at heart, that I just couldn't stand not going to the afterglow, an opportunity presented itself, which did not develop for another year plus. And it developed into an initial donation, an increase of donation, a sponsorship, and then down the road becoming a board of trustee member, because this mission became so important for Mr. Bell that he said, yeah, I want to volunteer to help out. What else can I do to serve? And that in a nutshell is how Dan became involved with Harmony Foundation.
Love you, DB. I wanted to jump in real quick. It's just Doug Brown's a good friend of mine, and I can hear him asking that question in that Jersey accent. But he asked a very similar, basically the same question on a presentation last week. But instead of the word schmoozing, he actually said, this is not a joke, he said, coaching the chorus. And to Jim's point, we will often say to chapter leadership, we're looking forward to being there. We appreciate the time in front of your membership, and whatever else we can do while we are there, our time is yours. Whatever value that we can add to the meeting, ask, and we'll be happy to do that. So I would say yes to echo what Jim, and I know the rest of the fundraisers would say the same. We've been asked to do any and all of those things. Direct a song, lead a sectional, talk about our testimony about barbershop. Of course, praise and raise awareness and encourage support for VHS programs. We will do any and all, and we will often meet for dinner with leadership or the director ahead of time, and we'll be the last ones to leave the afterglow. And there's honestly no place else I'd rather be. And I've been associated with the foundation family staff for 12 years. And it's the great joy of my life. It's my family, it's my support group. So yes, Doug, schmoozing, coaching, tag singing, and raising awareness and encouraging support for the programs that put barbershop in my hands 25 years ago. We'll check all those columns.
And that's why it's so powerful for us on the staff, because we've lived it, as well as just believing in the idea of it. You got a whole bunch of people on this staff who actually were beneficiaries. We were beneficiaries of foundation programs way back in the day when we were a lot younger. And so to be able to live through that, it just feeds into our passion and understanding of, on a very visceral level, how important it is to be in there and be involved. So this is a very long way around the horn of answering that question. But it is tremendously important, because if you think about all that we just wrapped in the last however many minutes, how is that different that if somebody who doesn't understand that on that very important gut level walked in the door to try to ask for the same thing, would it have the same impact and be as successful? Anything else to add from anybody on that one? Fabulous. All right. Let me take a look here. We're getting close. We're under 30 open questions left here. Woohoo! Only 7 hours left. Yay. Okay.
Stop saying that, or people are going to start answering, putting more questions in. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's kind of like pulling the all-nighter in college. You just pull it because you got it. All right. So this is a question from Oli. Hey, Oli. It's good to see you out from my neck of the woods here. What can staff members of HFI do that equivalent members of BHS charitable arm could not do? We can't answer that because we don't know exactly what they're going to do. We can only tell you what we can do and what we continue to plan to do. So moving on to Wayne's question. Let's see here. Again, this is, it seems that if I give to BHS, the majority of the funds will go to operating costs and not real direct singing things. Do you think that's a fair statement? Again, that's not a question we can ask because we don't know how that setup is going to go. I don't know if anybody needs to add anything to that.
I would just say in the short term, at least, that's the way it appears.
Okay. All right, question from Doug. We all know Doug. I don't know if we trust him, but that's just because, no, this is a different Doug. All right, does HFI ever pass the costs of fundraising on to BHS, or does HFI absorb that cost?
I think that's a key point. The foundation, BHS gets free fundraising from the foundation. There is no cost passed on to BHS. So there's no cost for fundraising to BHS under this model.
Okay. All right. This is a question from Dwayne. Now, again, this was at 8:53 p.m. my time out here in the Mountain Time Zone. So we're going to have to kind of go back and recycle to figure. Dwayne says, Perry just stated that, quote, BHS will lose the $600,000 from HFI, end quote. Haven't you just said all the money that barbershoppers expect to go to BHS will still go to BHS? And I'm not quite sure what we'll reference there. So Perry?
I think that, again, that we were speaking theoretically.
Okay.
So I think rather than literally, but I think if you take it and add the numbers up, and certainly if the foundation, if a number of our donors and the districts work with the foundation directly, then yes, I mean, it's right now that that pie is limited to a certain size at this point. It can grow to be bigger, but yeah, we're really talking theoretically.
Okay. All right. Question from Richard a few hours ago here. I'm among the members who are concerned about a lack of transparency in BHS leadership decisions. Can Perry speak to this issue and related issues regarding BHS governance? Perry?
I don't know that I can speak too much to a lack of transparency at BHS. I think we all have our perceptions. I know that BHS operates under a very pure Carver model for their governance, which is in its purest form is very much hands off of any element of operation. So I guess that's as far as I can go with that. I really can't speak to the transparency. All I can speak to is the transparency that the foundation has tried to get, and I think I think Kendall spoke to this, and others have as well, about the information that we really were hoping to get out of the grant proposal form, primarily so that we could use that information to build a case for further funding. And I would say that's the lack of transparency that we know, is the lack of information that we were able to get through that process.
Would help if I unmute myself. All right, so this is going to be a Carolyn and Perry question, I believe, here. So the question is, have you considered hiring a non-white, non-male fundraiser? I mean, we love the fundraisers, but a fresh perspective might help increase your donor base.
We hire who applies and who's the best fit for the job. We would hire, I mean, we're an equal, there's that word. We are an equal employment opportunity employer, and we do not discriminate on for any reason. I'm not really sure that addresses your question, but it's who applies for a job, and we haven't actually had an opening for several years. So we have hired women in the past. Again, it's who applies.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think we're always going to hire the best candidate for the job, and we really haven't seen a lot. We haven't done much hiring lately, but absolutely, we would consider persons of color. We have, as Carolyn said, we've considered women. We've hired women. So I don't think there's any hesitation to be more inclusive in that regard.
Okay. This is a question from Brett. Humility is important in conversation between one organization and another. What are areas HFI can admit that they could have done better?
Would you repeat that again for me?
Sure, absolutely. Humility is important in conversation between one organization and another. What are areas HFI can admit that they could have done better?
Well, there are always efficiencies that can be attained, and so I would say that continuous exploration for greater efficiencies in our operation and in our expense model is certainly something that we will always continue to do. But I think from my personally, I suppose if I were able to go back and do it all again, I probably would force myself into conversations that maybe weren't welcome at the time.
Okay. All right, we have a question from Dan. This is from yesterday. It's been a while. Let's see. We've answered some of this, and some of this I don't think we can answer because it's really a question for BHS, but what can average barbershoppers who are unhappy with the recent decisions of BHS leadership do to affect a change in course for the organization? Failing a change in course, what can be done to change leadership? Again, those chunks are really for the BHS side. HFI has nothing to do with them, so that's for BHS. Were changes to occur, would HFI stand ready to collaborate? Once again, I think we've covered that as well, but just to reiterate, since we're many hours into the process, Perry, just, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I recall correctly, it's been stated that HFI would certainly be willing to continue talking.
Sure, absolutely. We would love to come back to the table.
Yep. Okay. All right. This is a question from Lars. Would it be worthwhile for ambassadors of song / president's council members to try and encourage the BHS board to sit down with HFI to work out differences? If so, how? Somewhat similar to where we were. I guess I would say reach out directly to BHS in that regard. Anyone else disagree with that? Reach out directly to those society board members and let them know your thoughts. Yep. Because the Board of Trustees here certainly hear your thoughts and want to go back to the table. All right, let's see. Okay, this is a question from Andrew, specifically to Perry. If the BHS CEO attended HFI meetings quarterly, did he share Everyone in Harmony plans? That did anyone question, and did he respond to, concerns about the novelty of the program and issues it could raise for fundraising efforts?
There really wasn't much discussion, and actually there wasn't really a meeting of the foundation board between the time that the model for Everyone in Harmony changed in November 17 to the time that the Barbershop Harmony Society announced the new model. So in essence, there really wasn't an opportunity for the society's CEO to make such a presentation to the trustees. So indeed, we were all as surprised when the model was announced as what it was. So in essence, no, not really.
Okay. This is another question from Lars. Do you expect that HFI's relationship with the AIC will expand or contract with the position BHS has taken to do its own fundraising? Is there pressure on the AIC not to work with HFI in the future? That second question is for the AIC, not for HFI. But again, question one, do you expect that HFI's relationship with the AIC will expand or contract?
Our expectation and our conversations with the AIC is all about expansion and all about the AIC and their intentions to become a strong arm for outreach for barbershop. So, and we're excited about that expansion.
Excellent. All right, so I think we are now down to the question from Russ at 10:26 p.m. All right, this is a long one, but I want to make sure he's heard here. He says, and those are eliminated now. So when I started in SPEBSQSA in the early 90s, we had regular visits from society staff members at our chapter meetings. It seems in the past 10 years that has completely changed. We see HFI staff regularly, not society staff. I heard on the call last week and saw on Facebook threads the idea that the foundation staff are going to meetings simply to fundraise. But my experience is when you guys are at the chapter meetings, you are doing so much more like coaching, conducting clinics, and you guys always seem to be there to the end of the meeting singing tags with the average Joe barbershopper. Can you, the field guys, speak to what you feel your focus is when you visit a chapter? It seems like you were doing the job BHS staff members used to do. We pretty much covered all of that, but again, since it is directed to the field reps here, what do you feel your focus is when you visit a chapter? Is the only piece that maybe is asked a little bit differently? So I'd throw that out there for any of our fundraisers. Mr. Matt Hopper, you have your hand up.
Yeah, as the newest fundraiser on the team, I've been having a lot of fun personally getting to go out to these different chapters and meet new barbershoppers all across the country. I'd say that my main objective when I go to visit a chapter is just to get to know everybody in the room as well as I can. We all share a common love in this hobby, and I'm thrilled to just be able to be there in the first place. So getting to know everybody and getting to know how they got involved, why they stay involved, what their passions and goals are for the hobby in general. It's just it's rewarding to get to connect with people on that kind of personal basis.
Thanks, Matt. Any other of the fundraisers want to jump in on this one? Mr. Rick Taylor.
Matt pretty much said it, but it kind of goes back to the fundraising being relationship building. And it's hard to speak to anyone about what their passions are, what their goals are, what impacts they'd like to see if we don't know them. And we've got a great way to do that. We don't go out on the golf course. We don't go, we sing a tag. We listen to their quartet sing a song, and we get to know them. We get to know what they like, what they love. So yeah, it's about getting out there and all that other stuff, the tagging and the coaching and the listening and all that. That's just all part of the getting to know somebody. It's the way we network, which is it's a beautiful way to be able to do it.
Thanks, Rick. Anybody else want to jump in there? Okay. I got a special request for this one. It was a question that was up there. We dismissed it because it's not worthy of our time, but it's now after 1 a.m. on the East Coast, so time has no meaning here. This is a question, and I'm going to name him by name. This is a question from Chad Guyton, who is the president of the AIC, and he asks, how in the world did Stormfront win gold in 2010? Nobody here can answer that question, including me. Moving on. All right. We asked your question, Chad. Go to bed. Okay. This is a question from Rudy. How you doing, Rudy? Haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Will those who are volunteers be receiving more support in our efforts for fundraising? That means obtaining approval for marketing efforts. That's his addendum on there. I would say absolutely, and I'll throw that to anybody else who wants to jump in there. Hey, Mr. Kyle Snooks got his hand up.
I've started to dip my toes in working with volunteers more closely and have done a little bit of work with Rudy in the past. But thanks to Jim Johnson, we've compiled a volunteer newsletter that if you are interested in being a volunteer and advocating and have some more information to share, it's simple, it's short, digestible, something that is very accessible for people out there. So yes, we hope to do more of that. It's not something that we have a lot of experience doing, but with your grace, we will get better at it.
Excellent. All right, this is a question from Wayne, and again, this is really, I guess, for our staff. Whoa, sorry, we had to jump there. Okay, I see some amazing barbershoppers in HFI. My question is, how will your personal relationship change with BHS because of this? Can't help but feel like something in your heart might change with this breakup. Again, this will go to the fundraisers predominantly here, but we just beyond the fundraisers, again, more barbershoppers on this staff. I will just briefly put my 2 cents in there first. Yeah, it hurts. My very first international convention was 1983. I was 9 years old. We went to the convention, and as we were driving from Seattle, Washington, all the way back to Western Nebraska, my mother, who never thought of herself as much of a singer, but loved the music, made the comment that has stuck with me forever. She said, "It's like a big family reunion." And I've always felt this way. Barbershop is family to me. My family's always been connected through it, so it hurts. It hurts. But the mission is still the same. The mission is still the same as it's always been for me personally, and it's always been about expanding singing. Even before I knew that the mission was to enrich lives through singing, That's what it was, because that's what was happening to me when I was growing up in this amazing art form. I didn't even know what was happening to me. So no matter what happens, I will always be a barbershopper and supporting barbershop and barbershop outreach. And we just keep plugging away and making sure that singing does not disappear. And I will throw it out there for any of the other barbershoppers, fundraisers to jump in there. Mr. Matt Hopper.
Just want to add that as an HFI staff person who sings in an active quartet with a BHS staff person currently, we have definitely had the awkwardness of all of this, but have agreed that it's the brotherhood of our singing that's gonna, you know, keep getting us through all this. So it's, at the end of the day, it's about the singing and it's about the barbershop.
Mr. Rick Taylor.
Thanks, Jim. I'm in my 51st year of barbershopping, and I went through a mourning period. I felt a loss. I felt some pain. I felt lots of things, and it's been a very difficult time to try to navigate. But when I got through grieving, I started thinking about all the relationships that I have of friends that I've made in these last many years. The people that I still get to sing with, the people that I still see, the people that I still have relationships with, the people that still call me and just say, I don't need a thing. I just wanted to know how you're doing. You doing okay? And that helped me through that stage. And then I started thinking back about the times that I've been standing in a hallway or at a midwinter or at a international, and I see people walking along with their arms around each other laughing, and I see young people coming off stage maybe singing barbershop for an audience for the very first time, and I see the look in their eyes and the laughter that you hear. And then I realized that what we're doing is just, we're doing good every day. We're making the world a better place every day. And I'm able to keep it all separated now. And sometimes it's very hard to put feelings into words. But just know that, at least from me, I still plan to give everything I have to not only my hobby, but to the foundation that I believe so strongly in. And that's something I do know. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, Rick. Anybody else want to jump in there? And if you don't, that's perfectly fine. All right, we're in the teens now of questions left here. So this is not as much of a question, but I do want to read it because, again, there's no time, has no meaning anymore. Mr. Paul writes in here saying, why do you worry about BHS doing fundraising when they have no track record? They will have to learn what HFI already knows how to do. They may decide at some point in the future that their effort is not working like they expected. All I would say to Paul is thanks for the comment. And again, we will continue to do what we do and try to do our best by the donors at all times. And I don't know if anybody wants to throw anything else in there. All right, seeing none. All right, this is a question from Dawn. What is the role of a chapter foundation? Does HFI support individual chapters to organize to carry those out? And I'll throw that open for, yeah, Perry, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I think certainly the foundation, I think there's a greater role that the foundation can play for more chapters. However, you should know that we hold endowments for a number of chapters. We have members on this panel right now who have contributed endowment for their own chapters. I think that one of the things that the foundation can do better, I think we need to talk with some of those chapter foundations and talk with them about investing alongside with the foundation, as many other chapters have. I think as I've traveled around and talked to some of these chapters with foundations and those who are thinking about it, I think that the thing that the foundation can offer is some guidance, particularly around compliance and regulations. And because as I've had conversations with some of those chapters who have established their own foundation, whether it's really a foundation or it's more of a savings account. I think what we've discovered is that there's a lot of regulation to go through, and not every chapter that has established a foundation has actually completed all of the requirements for that. So I think that the foundation's expertise in this area would be hugely valuable to not only the chapters that are considering something like that, but even some of the chapters who have, just in order to check some compliance issues that could be an issue for them.
All right, a couple of follow-ups from Don. Is there envisioned a renewed training on grant application for local communities by the local chapters?
You know, again, I think a lot of that depends upon what the district hears from its membership and where the district ends up going with the kind of programs that they want to support. I think it's all a matter of return on investment. All of those decisions are based on return on investment, and that's not necessarily always financial. It could be growth. It could be growth in membership. It could be growth in a lot of things. So I think all of those things have to be weighed. And once a district establishes its highest priorities, they may not be the same priorities year after year. I think some planning on the part of those districts is going to be vitally important to take a look at how they get from where they are to where they actually want to be as a district, and then identify what the priority programs would be along the way.
Okay, and then I think the last follow-up here from Don along those lines, and I think this is relatively simple at the moment. What channel is used to report on an HFI chapter visit back to the district for their own follow-up?
Right now, it would be our guys in the field.
Right. Kyle, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Don, you've always got good questions, you rascal. Yeah, I've done this inconsistently, admittedly, but I have tried to get better at emailing the district president and vice president and just letting them know, hey, I'm going to these chapters this week. If they want to join me, or if they have anything that they want me to say, what have you, I'm always happy to do that. I don't know that I've ever followed up afterwards with them to share any of that information. I'm also not sure that they've reached out to me either, but I'm more than happy to have more of that communication to let them know what I saw and what I experienced. It's a good idea.
And just to quickly say, I think that we must realize that the foundation's direct connection with district leadership is a fairly recent development in terms of on any kind of consistent basis. I've now met with the district president's council at each of the last conventions. And that's been a great opportunity to get in and actually get to know some of those folks and to share information about the foundation. So we're continuing to develop that relationship, and we feel it's really important. So I think it continues to follow through as we build that network out. Sean Devine.
Yeah, just wanted to echo Kyle's statement there. It's usually part of our process as much as we can with all of the chapter research and donor research when we head out there to alert the district president to let them know we're going, and then to send that follow-up to share a message on the district's behalf. That's something that we've been working into our process and our routine, and thankful to have their support. And it's not often that we have a chapter or a district not grace us, give us that opportunity to present and of course continue to raise that awareness and encourage support. They're always there. They've always got our backs.
All right, thank you. This question is going to be for Carolyn. I'm going to take both of these and put them together. I'm looking at the 2017 and 2019 HFI IRS 990. Try to focus. Part 3, line 2, quote, did the organization undertake any significant program services during the year not listed on the prior Form 990 or 990EZ? The box no is ticked. Can we explain?
We didn't have any significant changes to our program services in either of those years. So I'm trying to understand what you might be thinking of. So maybe if you're still here, some further explanation, or I will reach out to you offline and try to understand that further, because it's the correct answer. So.
Okay. So Dixie, you're keeping track of that so that Carolyn can connect. Right, wonderful, thank you. Okay, whoa, I thought we were done with Don's question, but no, there's another one. And when I say done, that's from 2 hours ago. All right, here we go. Not all chapters are created equal. Should local training on membership skill development and retention and marketing be present ahead of any program to support any anti-recidivism effort?
Well, I guess I'll jump into that.
Sure.
My personal opinion to that is I think what the foundation has to do is look for great impact and look for deep impact. And I don't know that you can rate one of those things over the other. I mean, from my perspective, I think if we can impact a life deeply, that's as important as impacting widely, I think. In fact, in my first conversation with Philip Wink, and this is I think is a really important quote, and I will never forget this. In a breakfast meeting with Philip Wink, when I first met him, he was talking about the foundation's commitment to this program. And as a donor, he said, if this program does nothing more than change one life in that facility, it was worth the investment for me. And I think what he's looking at is a deep impact in a single person's life. I'm not sure that I would prioritize it, and I'd have to take a look at the question, but I'm not sure I would necessarily prioritize it the same way. I think what we're looking for is to have a deep impact that changes life. And I don't know that they're mutually exclusive either.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, let me see what we have here. Okay. All right, this is from Mark about a half an hour ago, indicating the question was not fully answered earlier. So he's repeating the question. So feeling Perry did not fully answer the question. What if BHS actually works to restrict HFI access to BHS sub-corporation meetings? We don't want to see that level of competition and unhappiness, but if the two organizations do start competing for the same donors and BHS chooses to favor its own fundraising, what is the impact on HFI? Are you planning for that?
I think that's an interesting question, Mark, because early on in the BHS presentations, they were talking about how these two things could work in cooperation. And in fact, some of their first conversations about it, they were presenting an idea that the society would be pursuing annual dollars while the foundation would be left to pursue endowment and legacy and other portions of that. That has morphed over time. So there's that piece of it. The other piece of it is right now, as I've looked at the MOUs and I've looked at the agreements between the society and the districts, I don't see anything in those documents that prohibit the districts from working with the foundation. And indeed, if indeed they do that, and we know that certain districts are working with contracted grant writers, is that not a conflict? So I also think that that would be a pretty heavy-handed approach for the Barbershop Harmony Society to take. Now, are we planning for that? Well, certainly we are looking at all of our options in and around that kind of a thing, yes.
This is another Mark question. This is actually the follow-up to the one that was just asked about the 990, Carolyn. So he put in a clarification here just a couple of minutes ago that it appears, it seems that the 990 says that there were no program services, but the graph showed 12% of the budget going to program services. He's indicating he was quoting the IRS form and wanting to clarify if there are program services or not. So again, that's part 3, line 2, quoting from the form. Did the organization undertake any significant program services during the year not listed on the prior form, 990?
I think that's the confusion. So the same program services were listed on the prior year. So that's why that box is marked no. Okay. Because we changed the name, but it was the same program.
Okay.
So we lined up the name with our mission statement.
Okay. So that's why it's marked that way.
Correct. It was the program before, but it was the same. It was essentially the same.
Okay. All right. All right. Here's a question.
And we're glad you're still here.
Yes. Thank you for hanging in there. We still have 109 loyal participants, although at this hour, maybe you just fell asleep in front of the screen. We understand completely, but again, we are so thrilled that you've stayed and continue to ask questions. This is a question from Ryan K, whom we know. He asked about an hour ago, I know that the society started a fundraising program in 2015. Staff was hired by BHS at an executive level to raise those dollars from institutions, i.e. grants. To date, has that 5-year effort been successful, and what is the return on their investment? I don't know if we have that data.
To my knowledge, and this is just to my knowledge, and so I may have missed something, but right now, as far as I know, the total sum from grant proposals that have been sent out returned is $15,000 from what I understand.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. This is a question from Rob. No, sorry, we've jumped. Woohoo! There we are. Okay. This is a question from Doug. Starting to get a little late out here in Mountain Time too. All righty, here we go. It seems that there is a basic fundamental difference between HFI and BHS. One is a fundraiser and the other is a business. Is this part of the reason for the basic misunderstanding between the two organizations? And then his editorial, I know how my kids felt when I got divorced.
I would say that yes, that is one of the elements of such a misunderstanding. Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. All right, question from Robert. Is there a form for designating our funds, or is this strictly WOM, as in word of mouth, I assume is what's going on there right now? You can go ahead, Perry, if you want.
No, go ahead. Who did you have in mind?
Well, I was just going to throw out there for Robert and for all the donors and anyone listening that currently, in terms of how dollars could be restricted or allocated, etc., we don't have a form that has all the possible options on it, because that would be so incredibly complex. It would be completely ungainly. So I would absolutely say, rather than word of mouth, it's one-on-one contact with the fundraisers, with the staff, to talk about what you want to do if you think you want it to be outside of what the normal process is at this stage. Anything to add to that?
Jim,
Sir.
could anyone designate to their designated fundraiser what they want those to go to? And if they do, then they shall go to those designated programs.
Yeah, that would be, in my opinion, would be the first point of contact would be to speak to the fundraiser you have who's been working with you.
Exactly.
Or who's in that region to talk about the opportunities, the options.
Right.
Perry?
No, I was just going to say, and if you don't know who that is, you can always call our donor care center. We can get you connected.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, we're closing in, folks. This is a question from Gordon. What percentage of your total revenues, excluding endowments, comes from BHS members? I heard that 80% comes from individuals and that 21% of those are non-members, and that about 18% of BHS members actually contribute anything to HFI. None of those percentages answer this question. Okay, so repeating the question, what percent of your total revenues, excluding endowments, comes from BHS members?
I don't think that's something that we're going to have right off the top of our head. I mean, it would be a certain time frame. And as far as the percentages go, I mean, it's 80% does come from individuals, but then it's not 21% of those 80 that are non-members, if that makes any sense. So some of those percentages don't necessarily go together, but I don't think we can give a revenue total right off the top of our head.
Yeah.
But I'm sure somebody will be happy to call and talk to Gordon after this.
Yeah, we could certainly look that up, and but just a little bit more specifics for the drawing of what the range is going to be, especially, right? Is this fiscal 2019, 2018, 10-year period, et cetera. So yeah, we'd be happy to get that information for you. Okay, this is a question from Russ. You just answered my initial question, but as a follow-up, should BHS recognize the fact that you are performing the role that their staff used to perform? That seems like a significant amount of money they are saving.
I appreciate that observation. I think that is something that kind of gets lost sometimes, but yeah, I think that's been a part of our cooperative venture for many, many years that just seems to have not been recognized lately.
Okay. Thank you, Russ, for the question. All right, this is a question from Michael. If it is later revealed that BHS has used grant money to fund operational costs, would that be a legal violation of said grant money? What action could or would be taken? That's speculatory, of course, but I will leave that to leadership to answer.
That would really only come into play if they underspent the amount on a program that we funded. In other words, if we fund $100,000 for X program and they only spent $80,000, then that would come into play. But if they spent $120,000 and we funded $100,000, it really doesn't. It's a moot point.
Okay. All right. This is another question. This is a question from Brad. All right. He's asking, was my question answered when I had to step away? For the future, have you considered sending electronic newsletters like Livewire to better publicize, promote your plans and goals, letting us know periodically what you're doing? Communication is a very powerful tool. Communication is everything. Tonight has made me love the promotion of Barbershop even more. Thank you, Brad. I'll leave that to maybe Kyle, the marketing director, whoever wants to jump in there. So Kyle, if you want to go first, or Jim Johnson, I'll let you guys duke it out.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but yes, we would love to do more communications. We've started to dip our toe in the water with volunteers and putting together a volunteer newsletter, just a front and back, easy, digestible update, and certainly willing to make it specific to a chapter or a district, what have you. So Jim Johnson has been a great help in doing that. And if that's something you're interested in, let us know and we're happy to give that to you.
I'll piggyback on that too, that we are always happy to share more about our programs and goals, but a call out to the community. If you want to share your story with us so that we can broadcast it out to the general population, that's really the heartfelt truth behind, what we do. We want to share that impact and make a connection between a gift, a program, and a life. So yeah, please send all the stories my way.
Awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone on the call here, we are down to our final question. This is question number 287 to be answered for the evening. This is from John. John, oh, Doug Brown, you just loused it up. You just wrote yay in there. Now it says 2. Come on. I'm just kidding. All right. So John, we just talked a week or two ago. It's nice to hear from you. All right. So the question is, it's not necessarily, there is a question in here. I highly respect the HFI staff. I have always been impressed by their professional and caring attitude. Being a 53-year member, I became involved with the Founders Club and now Ambassadors of Song. Thank you. When will HFI start working with the districts?
As I said earlier, the conversations have already begun with district leadership, and my intention is to be finished with those conversations, at least the first round with district leadership, certainly by mid or late July. With regard to when can the foundation start working with the districts, well, we keep records now. We know exactly how much the districts have given since any point in the year. So there's really not a point by which we would make a demarcation. We've got that opportunity, as I said before, to raise money in advance of granting under these conditions. So I think we can start working with districts immediately. I think the bigger question is, what are the district's priorities? And that's the conversation that we have to have. And I am very hopeful that the conversation that the foundation can have with district leadership engenders some conversation throughout the membership within the district. I'm hoping that we can find a even greater opportunity for network and communication then throughout those districts, with the chapters, with the membership, and with the donors. But really, there's no set date. We could have started yesterday.
Excellent. Thank you also to those other individuals right there at the end of the list who sent us a flurry of kudos. We really appreciate that. There's another one from Larry. Thank you. He says HFI rocks. Good night. Just one quick note here. Again, 100 of you have stuck this out. That's 4 hours and 40 minutes. Congratulations, you all rock, and I would be remiss if I did not at least remind everyone about this AIC show that is being sponsored by Harmony Foundation a week from tomorrow night. Go out there, register now, register early. It is going to be epic, and having heard just a little bit of the rough cut of the finale that's not even close to being complete yet, it's going to be the largest AIC chorus ever, virtual chorus ending. It is going to be life-changing at a time when the world needs it more than ever. So get out there, be part of this. We can't get together to sing in person as chapters and as barbershoppers, so go be part of it next week. And at the same time, you're going to learn about all the plans that AIC has for the future too. So a personal thank you to all of the Board of Trustee members, to all the staff members who have stuck this out. Again, to everyone, the 100 of you who have stuck it out here to the end asking questions. If you have more questions going forward, please reach out to us. We want to be able to address every single concern you have and get you all the information you need, because you are the reason we do this. And we want to do everything we possibly can for you as we go forward. So everybody take care, get some sleep. We will take this recording, and after it's long enough, I don't know what all the process is going to be, but we will get it posted out there for the rest of the public to consume as soon as we feasibly can. And again, feel free to continue asking questions. We will continue reaching out and continue to work to enrich lives through singing. Everyone take care and have a great rest of the weekend.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you so much.
Good night, all.
Good night now.